Chapter 257. Chapter 257. Massive Pill Refinement 1. Chapter 257. Massive Pill Refinement 1. Qingling, you, and young master. Qingyun still asked his younger sister for confirmation. If his younger sister followed young master, it would not be a problem. If she followed someone else, he would not agree. Yes, young master treats me very well. Qingling's face turned red. She naturally understood what her brother meant. However, she felt very happy when she thought about how she was with her young master. Then, the siblings walked into the garden behind the cave abode. Greetings, young master. Qingyun bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian. He was excited when he thought of what happened yesterday. A martial monarch had fallen with a wave of his hand. Moreover, his young master was only 17 or 18 years old. If he waited a few more years, his strength would be even stronger. In addition to what happened last night, he had also guessed that his young master was a disciple of an aristocratic family from a super force. Otherwise, he would not have such a powerful martial emperor subordinate. 5 martial emperors had died under one attack. Yes, sit down. Li Lingtian nodded as he spoke calmly. He then gestured for Qingling to refill the bowls and chopsticks. As long as he could do his job well, he would not be harsh on his subordinates, nor would he care about etiquette. Courtesy, and respect should come from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, young master. A smile appeared on Qingyun's face. He admired his master even more. If it was an ordinary aristocratic family's disciple, he would definitely not let his servants eat together. Naturally, he did not know that Li Lingtian had invited him to dine with him partly because of Qingling. Soon, the three of them finished their meal. Qingling went to clean up while Li Lingtian went to the garden and lay down leisurely on a chair. Young master, what happened yesterday has spread like wildfire in Moonrise City. I wonder what you plan to do next. Qingyun stood respectfully at the front and looked at Li Lingtian. He was filled with admiration for Li Lingtian's leisure, even at this stage. 2. Go find a shop. I want to open a pill shop. The location doesn't have to be too good, just passable. All right, go and make a plaque. Carve it as the Divine Pill House. It's 3 feet wide and 5 feet long. Also, make a blank plaque of the same size. Take care of everything within 10 days, including the members of the pill shop. Li Lingtian said lightly. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the fragrance of the flowers in the garden. After saying that, he waved his hand and Qingyun respectfully took his leave. Although he was surprised that young master had opened a pill shop, he only needed to carry out what young master wanted to do and not discuss it. Following that, Li Lingtian instructed Qingling to help him refine pills while he went to refine some pills. Fortunately, the elixir room in this cave was very complete. With the fire of the earth's core, he did not need to consume too much true essence. I should refine a grade 1 pill first. Li Lingtian sat cross-legged in the alchemy room as the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared before him. Then, with a flick of his soul consciousness, countless storage bags appeared in front of him. These storage bags were all obtained from the warriors he had killed before. He didn't want to bring these herbs into the herb garden. He could refine these herbs now to avoid wasting them. Qingling, sort out these herbs. Li Lingtian chose a few cauldrons of herbs first, while Qingling handled the rest. He could refine the herbs he chose first, as he would not waste any time. Don't worry, young master. I'll leave this to Qingling. Qingling was extremely happy. She didn't believe that she could refine pills. Most pill refiners were old men with weird tempers. His young master was so powerful that most of his time was spent on cultivation. It was impossible for him to refine pills. After saying that, she began to organize the pills. During this period of time, her cultivation had also reached tier 4 warrior, so she was still able to organize the medicinal ingredients. Li Lingtian did not say anything else. Instead, he suspended the heaven and earth creation cauldron above the geocentric flame and cast a series of magic arts. Her movements were elegant and clean, causing Qingling to be stunned. Was this still pill refining? 10 minutes later, Li Lingtian had finished refining a cauldron of grade 1 pills. Qingling was stunned. She did not expect her young master to be an alchemist. Previously, when Qing Yin took out the pills, she suspected that her young master could refine pills. However, refining pills required luck and talent, so she could not believe that Li Lingtian could refine pills. Now that she saw Li Lingtian's focus and ease in refining pills, she was completely mesmerized. Pinnacle grade, essence cultivating pill. Li Lingtian waved his hand, and a series of light shadows appeared before they entered a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand. There were a total of 89 pills in this cauldron. After keeping the pills and continuing to refine them, Qingling woke up as well. She carefully examined the pills Li Lingtian had refined and was instantly shocked. It was truly a peerless vitality pill. Following that, Qingling remained in shock because Li Lingtian's refining technique was ethereal and unrestrained. It was like an art form and was not as old-fashioned as the legendary alchemy. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had succeeded in refining pills every time, and he had never failed once. Every time he refined pills, they were of peerless quality. Little girl, where are the herbs? If you still haven't finished tidying up these medicinal herbs, I'll make sure you get it tonight. After Li Lingtian had refined the 7 cauldron of pills, he stared at Qingling's proud chest and felt his blood boil. There were a total of 603 pills in 7 cauldrons, and they were stored in 6 jade bottles. He had only spent an hour or so. Such pill refining speed was simply comparable to 5 people. If other pill refiners saw it, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. Yes, Qingling was shocked because Li Lingtian only had 1 cauldron of herbs left. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, her little face flushed red. Every night, whenever she went to look for her young master, she would feel so satisfied that she would fall asleep. She nodded softly and quickly sorted out the medicinal herbs. Just like that, Li Lingtian spent 10 hours refining pills every day. He spent the first 3 days refining Tier 1 pills and the next 3 days refining Tier 2 pills. In the next 2 days, Li Lingtian refined Tier 3 pills, which were all peerless pills. In the last 2 days, Li Lingtian refined Tier 4 purple jade pills, which similarly raised the quality of Tier 4 pills to the peerless level. However, he didn't refine any 5th grade pills because he still had a lot of them in his Divine Dragon Ring. Moreover, 5th grade pills were very expensive and few people could afford them. For the next 10 days, Qingling only helped Li Lingtian organize the herbs for an hour every day. The rest of the time was spent on cultivation and cooking. She would accompany Li Lingtian when he was resting. After 10 days, Li Lingtian had hundreds of bottles of pills in front of him. There were 150 bottles of grade 1, 2, and 3 pills each. Moreover, they were all of the best quality. The refining of grade 4 pills took longer, so he had refined 50 bottles in 2 days. During this period of time, he also felt that his pill refinement speed was much faster than before. Qingling was already numb to the pills Li Lingtian had refined. These medicinal pills should be enough to sell for a few days. Li Lingtian said with a smile. 10 days had passed, so he believed that Qing Yun had already completed his task. Young master, it would be a pity to sell these pills. It's better to keep them for cultivation. Qingling looked at the pills. They were all peerless and high-grade pills. She had never heard of peerless pills in the divine martial continent. She could not bear to part with these medicinal pills. If she took these medicinal pills out and sold them, it would really be a pity. You little girl, this pill is nothing. If I want a pill, I can just casually refine a little. My cultivation is not high, so I can only take high-grade first-grade pills. However, it is indeed not easy for me to refine high-grade pills. You have to cultivate quickly. Once you reach Tier 8 or 9 warrior, you'll be able to consume the peerless vitality pills. When your cultivation level increases, you won't lack pills. Li Lingtian smiled as he caressed Qingling's hair. This little girl was afraid of being poor. In the past, she was tortured by the cold air and did not have spirit stones to cultivate. She rarely even bought clothes. Thank you, young master. Qingling will definitely work hard. Qing Ling thought about it and agreed. She had followed young master and never lacked pills, so what was there to worry about? Moreover, the status of alchemists was transcendent, and no one dared to offend them. If he followed the young master, he would be even safer. No one would dare to bully him. The two of them chatted for a while. Qingyan came regularly, and 10 days was not much time at all. Young master, the matter of the pill shop has been settled. It's on Cloud Street in the main city. After Qingyan bowed, he took out 2 signboards. They were 5 feet long and 3 feet wide. One was blank, and the other was engraved with the words Divine Pill Pavilion. The words Divine Pill Dispensary were carved with vigor and strength, giving off a strong aura. Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. We'll open for business at noon tomorrow. Get someone to wait for us. I'll personally oversee the business tomorrow. As Li Lingtian spoke, he placed the blank plaque aside. Then his body flashed, and he executed a set of natural and smooth body movements. At the same time, he waved his 10 fingers and shot finger force at the plaque. Small sealed characters appeared on the plaque. Qing Ling and Qing Yun were stunned. A strong cultivation was the strength of a martial artist, but to be able to use finger techniques to such an extent, they had never heard of it. Moreover, the small words on it were vigorous and powerful, but it did not lose elegance. After a full 20 minutes, hundreds of small words appeared on the blank plaque. The small words were extremely neat and did not give off the slightest feeling of confusion. It was clear at a glance, giving people a clear feeling. The price of the medicinal pill was engraved on it, as well as the ratio of the medicinal herbs to the medicinal pill, as well as the name and year of the medicinal herbs. Qing Yin was stunned. He did not know that Li Lingtian could refine tier 3 or 4 pills, let alone imagine that Li Lingtian was a spirit alchemist. However, on the plaque, grade 1 to grade 4 medicinal pills were all peerless existences, and grade 5 medicinal pills were also high-grade existences. If such a pill was taken out, it would shock Moonrise City. Moreover, the names of the medicinal herbs on it were all extremely precious. There were also the names of more than 10 precious materials. These medicinal herbs and materials were easily 10,000-year-old. It seemed that the opening of the elixir store this time would definitely shock the entire city. However, thinking about it, the things that young master did were all shocking existences. Every single thing he did was earth-shattering. After that, Qing Yun returned and instructed his subordinates to spread the news. At that time, countless martial artists would know how powerful the Divine Pill Pavilion was. Chapter 258 Chapter 258 Divine Pill Pavilion. Chapter 258 Divine Pill Pavilion. He did not refine pills for spirit stones. Instead, it was to obtain more precious herbs and materials, because countless treasures and precious materials were buried among ordinary martial artists. Another main purpose was to use medicinal pills to attract more experts and establish their own forces to make themselves stronger. It did not matter if he was strong alone. Only when his power was strong would no one come to provoke him. No matter how powerful a person was, he could not withstand the suppression of countless forces. He had always understood this principle, but he had never had the opportunity or time to implement it. Now was a very good opportunity. When opportunity came, he had to seize it. If the opportunity passed, it would be difficult to find another opportunity. Early the next morning, countless martial artists gathered in a relatively spacious place on Cloudy Street. Although they were all warrior spirits and warrior kings, these martial artists were the class that spread information the fastest. It was already noon when Li Lingtian brought Qing Ling to the elixir store. Moreover, there were more and more warriors here. However, countless martial artists were impatient. The opening of a pill shop actually tormented people like this. After he arrived, he entered through the small door at the back so that he would not attract anyone's attention. After entering the elixir store, he nodded his head in satisfaction. This elixir store occupied a large area, which was equivalent to a large mansion. There were more than 10 rooms inside, with 2 entrances and 2 exits. Such a pill shop was already very big in Moonrise City. Money made things easier. Qing Yun had hundreds of millions of spiritual stones in his possession at all times. Even though he had so many spiritual stones in his possession, he kept a clear record of every spiritual stone he used and reported it to Li Lingtian every few days. What medicinal pill shop? It's actually not open yet. Isn't it too ostentatious? A warrior spirit was getting impatient and started complaining. After he finished speaking, it immediately caused a lot of discussion. That's right. There are at least 8,000 elixir stores in Moonrise City, if not 10,000. This elixir store is actually putting on airs just by opening. Let's see what kind of elixirs they have. It's better not to be too embarrassing. I don't think it's anything. I don't believe that there are any high-grade medicinal pills here. If there are high-grade medicinal pills, do you still want to sell them? You can just use them yourself. Opening an elixir store in Moonrise City? Isn't that giving those alchemists a hard time? For a time, countless martial artists started discussing. After waiting for a few hours, they were naturally angered by the wait. However, just as all the martial artists were getting impatient, the door of the elixir store opened. A warrior spirit youth walked out, and a few martial artists joined forces to hang up a plaque. Divine Pill Pavilion. You must be joking. Even if it's a pill shop opened by an alchemist, they wouldn't dare to use such a name. Is he trying to attract attention? Even if he does attract attention, it's useless if he doesn't have good pills. What Divine Pill Pavilion? This is simply an insult to the Tao of alchemy. Hey, instantly, the discussions became even more intense. In the Divine Martial Continent, no matter which city it was, the name of a shop had its own rules. In Moonrise City, no one had ever dared to use such a name. Even when the alchemists opened their elixir stores, no one had ever used this name. Qing Yun looked at the discussions of countless martial artists with a faint smile on his face. Then, he placed a plaque in front of medicinal pill shop. All the martial artists swept their divine senses over, and their expressions changed drastically. Because on the plaque, the introduction of the medicinal pills were all peerless, and there were even 5th-grade medicinal pills. Moreover, 5th-grade medicinal pills were also high-grade existences. Just the level of this pill made countless martial artists shut up, because a 5th-grade pill could only be refined by a spirit pill master. More importantly, a legend like a peerless medicinal pill only existed in legends. He did not expect it to appear on this plaque. A peerless medicinal pill. Finally, someone couldn't help but shout. Instantly, countless surprised voices sounded. If a martial artist uses a peerless essence cultivating pill, it's equivalent to the effects of a 2nd-grade medicinal pill. It's equivalent to a martial artist using a 2nd-grade medicinal pill. That's right. Martial artists can only use 1st-grade medicinal pills. They can't withstand 2nd-grade medicinal pills. If they use peerless quality medicinal pills, they can even surpass the power of 2nd-grade medicinal pills. However, the price of this medicinal pill is too expensive. Is it expensive? No one in Moonrise City or even the Azure Continent has ever heard of a supreme-grade pill. This pill only exists in legends. No matter how expensive it is, I've never heard of it being sold outside. However, does the Divine Pill Pavilion really have peerless pills? It should be pretty good. Otherwise, it wouldn't dare to be called the Divine Pill Pavilion. For a moment, countless martial artists were incomparably shocked, and their faces were filled with anticipation. If the Divine Pill Pavilion really had peerless pills, then their wait this time would not be in vain. This was a rare opportunity. Not letting these martial artists wait long, Qing Yun walked out with a confident smile on his face because he was also bursting with joy in his heart. At the same time that he was shocked, everyone else was shocked. This was what he was excited about. Everyone, the Divine Pill Pavilion officially opens today. Please take care of us in the future. Today, our elixir store will only sell elixirs for 1 hour. From now on, we will only be open for 2 hours a day. The Divine Pill Pavilion will not accept transactions outside of business hours. Furthermore, the pills in the future will be traded for medicinal herbs and materials. Spiritual stones cannot be used to purchase pills, Qing Yun said with a smile. Then, he waved his hand and casually took out 4 jade bottles from the counter behind him. He opened the jade bottles and poured out more than 10 pills. The elixirs shot towards the few Martial King realm martial artists present. Naturally, since he opened an elixir store, he had to let others check his elixirs. All the martial artists were extremely surprised. The elixir store was open to do business, but the Divine Pill Pavilion had a limited business time every day. What could they do in 2 hours? Moreover, he could not use spirit stones to buy pills in the future. He only needed materials and medicinal herbs to exchange for them. This was too ridiculous. The dozen or so Artial Kings looked at the pills in their hands carefully, and their expressions kept changing. This was because the pills in their hands were indeed peerless. Then, the dozen or so Martial Kings exchanged pills. Every pill was a peerless existence. Grade 1 to Grade 4 medicinal pills were all of peerless quality. This was too shocking. Not bad. They're all peerless medicinal pills. Peerless Vitality Pill, Peerless Spirit Binding Pill, Peerless Void Spirit Pill, Peerless Purple Jade Pill. The Martial King who was inspecting the pills said, the quality of the pills was not fake. They were definitely peerless pills. All the martial artists were shocked when they received the affirmation. A true peerless medicinal pill had appeared. I'll give these pills to everyone as a souvenir. I'll start selling the pills now. Rank 1 medicinal pills line up here. Rank 2 medicinal pills line up here. Rank 3 medicinal pills line up here. And rank 4 medicinal pills line up here. Qing Yin made all the martial artists who wanted to buy medicinal pills line up, his face always carrying a smile. However, after he finished speaking, all the martial artists exploded. Buying medicinal pills and doing business still had to line up. Wasn't this a joke? We still have to line up. Are you kidding me? You're doing business and you still want us customers to line up? Is there any reason for that? Yeah, we're customers. If we have to queue up, isn't that giving up on business? Even if there are peerless medicinal pills, there's no such thing. All of a sudden, all the martial artists started to discuss and did not plan to line up. To buy medicinal pills was to do business for the medicinal pill store. His own customers actually had to queue up. This was too ostentatious. Haha, our Divine Pill Pavilion doesn't lack spirit stones. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Your lousy spirit stones are nothing to us, spirit alchemists. If you take out a peerless pill, the Divine Pill Pavilion will take it back at 10,000 times the price. How about that? Do you think you're a god just because you have a few spirit stones? 20 minutes have passed, and there are still 100 minutes left to buy the pills. If you don't want to buy them, then get lost. The Divine Pill Pavilion doesn't lack spirit stones. Qing Yin laughed out loud and then said loudly, fooling all the martial artists. Was this still a business? Was doing business so domineering? However, all the martial artists immediately understood that he had the right to do so. If he took out a supreme grade medicinal pill, there would be no supreme grade medicinal pill elsewhere. This was the absolute principle. That's right. An alchemist who can concoct peerless elixirs is definitely a top-notch alchemist. Would an alchemist care about such a small amount of spiritual stones? The alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion is doing this for the sake of the warriors of Moonrise City. Otherwise, why would he concoct such elixirs to sell for money? A Martial King realm expert said. When he spoke, all the warriors fell silent. They all knew this principle. It was just that the Divine Pill Pavilion's rules had made them feel uncomfortable because they had been accustomed to customers for too long. Then, the Martial King who spoke bought 10 third-grade Void Spirit pills, all of which were top grade. With the first one, there would be a second one. Following that, many martial artists began to line up to buy medicinal pills. The price of the pills had already been written. He would prepare as many spirit stones as he wanted to buy. This way, he would not waste any time. Qing Ling and Li Ling Tian were smiling as they watched the situation at the elixir store. Qing Yin had become bolder during this period of time, and he was behaving like a general. For a time, there were 4 long lines outside the Divine Pill Pavilion. Such a formation made countless martial artists curious. To be able to make powerful martial artists line up so obediently, it was really the first time he saw it. However, there were still people who were not afraid of death who came looking for trouble. Just as countless martial artists were having a party, a middle-aged man walked up. He did not even queue up. He directly came to the counter that sold Tier 4 medicinal pills and revealed an evil smile on his face. "Give me 10 peerless purple jade pills," Yufeng said coldly. He didn't believe that there was really no business. He had bought a 4th-grade pill. The price of a 4th-grade pill was 100,000 low-grade spirit stones each. 10 pills would be 1 million. He believed that no pill shop would reject a business deal worth 1 million. Moreover, they would serve tea politely. "Line up," Qin Yun said indifferently. The smile on his face did not change. Making me line up? Isn't this courting death?" Yufeng's expression turned cold. In front of so many ancient martial art practitioners, he actually wanted a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster to queue up. Wasn't this a slap in the face? After saying that, he circulated his raging true essence and smashed a huge fish shadow towards Qin Yun. The air also tore apart, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qin Yun. Chapter 259. Chapter 259. The Rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Chapter 259. The Rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Qin Yun's expression did not change in the slightest when faced with the attack of a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster. He knew that his young master would not let him die like this. Li Lingtian, who was behind Qin Yun, nodded in satisfaction when he saw Qin Yun's performance. Although his cultivation was not high, he had such courage in the face of danger. Even other martial artists would subconsciously dodge when they knew that someone was going to stop them. However, Qin Yun was not like this. He was a little similar to him. Just as the gigantic fish shadow was about to land on Qin Yun, Li Lingtian flicked his finger and a burst of frosty qi shot out. The air was instantly frozen, and the air froze wherever the frosty qi passed. Tisk, with a soft sound, all the martial artists could see was a flash of force. Then, Yufeng's fish shadow was frozen. Following that, Yufeng's entire body turned into an ice sculpture. The sky was temporarily quiet, and the force disappeared. Qin Yun was still smiling, as if nothing had happened. However, Wu Zong Yufeng, who had attacked, had turned into an ice sculpture and stood there. The warriors present could not feel the slightest bit of vitality from Yufeng. Crash! The ice sculpture shattered into pieces, and so did Yufeng. This change shocked all the ancient martial art practitioners to death. Even the martial arts grandmaster was killed by a gust of cold air. In the end, his corpse was not intact. What kind of powerful cultivation did it take to do this? Moreover, when this cold qi appeared just now, there was no sign of power or warning. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. Hush! All the martial artists were in an uproar. Power! This was power. Those who were not convinced would be killed immediately. The Divine Pill Pavilion possessed peerless pills. Their pills were powerful, and all martial artists in the world would flock to them. They were powerful, and those who were not convinced would be killed immediately. This was true power, true strength. The queue to buy pills continued. The death of this martial arts grandmaster could only serve as a reminder to all martial artists. No matter what strength or family you were from, as long as you did not abide by the rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion, you would die. Time slowly passed. The members of the Divine Pill Pavilion were extremely excited when they saw the spirit stones enter. This was also the peerless pill of the Divine Pill Pavilion. If it was in other pill shops, they would often compete with each other for a customer. However, the situation was reversed here. If one spent spirit stones to buy pills here, they would have to queue up. If the time was up, even if they queued up, they would not be able to buy pills. The Divine Pill Pavilion would only accept spirit stones to purchase pills for the first few days. Looking at the situation, they would no longer accept spirit stones to purchase pills after a few days. 2 hours passed very quickly. The Divine Pill Pavilion closed for business, but there were still countless martial artists queuing behind. Everyone, Today's business time is up. If you need pills, please come back tomorrow. Line up as soon as possible. 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. However, today is the opening day of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Those who did not manage to buy any pills, please give each of you a cultivation pill as a small token of appreciation. Qing Yun saw that there were still more than 300 martial artists waiting in line behind him. However, the business hours had to end when it was time. However, when he heard Li Lingtian's voice transmission, a smile appeared on his face. If everyone was given a vitality pill, it would put the people queuing up in a good mood. Very soon, the 4 members of the Divine Pill Pavilion came to the last line and began to distribute the pills from the back to the front. This way, they would not have to worry about queuing up again to receive the free pills. The distribution of the pills ended, and the Divine Pill Pavilion's business ended. After a final count, the pills and spirit stones sold today had actually reached more than 43 million. Seeing that they had earned 43 million in less than 2 hours, everyone was extremely excited. Qingling was so happy that she was beaming. In the past, she had to scrimp and save for a single spirit stone, but now, young master had earned more than 40 million in just 2 hours. Moreover, this was a time limit. It was also the first day. Not many people knew, and even powerful martial artists did not know. If those experts came, any bottle of 5th-grade medicinal pills would be worth 100 million spirit stones. If this continued, the entire Moonrise City would be in an uproar in 10 days. If the Divine Pill Pavilion sold pills without restrictions, they would definitely earn billions of dollars a day. In Moonrise City, there were countless high-level experts. The rich were also high-level experts. When they saw rare, peerless pills, they naturally did not care about spirit stones. Qingling had a good idea, but Li Lingtian did not. If he could earn spiritual stones, he would be able to refine a large number of pills. However, he did not do it for the spirit stones. He had other motives. Moreover, he needed time and herbs to refine pills. He naturally would not delay his cultivation for spirit stones. However, he also saw that alchemists did earn money. Although they did not earn as much as he did, alchemists were definitely the richest people in the world. This time, everyone's performance is not bad. Everyone will be rewarded with 10 peerless vitality pills and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, the next time you open your business, you must bring out the rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion. You must be neither humble nor respectful to your customers. Who cares if they're martial emperors, martial venerables, or martial warriors or martial spirits? They are just ordinary people who abide by the rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Lingtian smiled as he spoke loudly to the 12 members of the Divine Pill Dispensary. After that, Qing Yun distributed the spiritual stones and elixirs to the 12 members. Thank you for your reward, young master. The 12 warrior spirit disciples were extremely excited when they saw the 10 peerless pills and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was their annual income. They didn't expect young master to reward them with 1,000 spirit stones. If they performed well in the future, would they lack spirit stones and pills? It was obviously impossible. This young master will stay here for the next 2 days. I will return after the Divine Pill Pavilion has settled down. You guys should work harder and not embarrass this young master. One don't eat trash in front of me. Besides, if I need people, one can easily grab a bunch of martial emperors. This time, I'm giving you a chance. The chance is given by others, but you're the one who will seize it. Li Lingtian said earnestly. With his own abilities, he could easily grab a handful of martial emperors. He didn't have high expectations. These disciples just needed to work hard. In fact, in his opinion, opportunities were created by oneself, not given by others. Creating opportunities was not something that these disciples could do. Only he could do it. Soon after, Qing Yun ordered 2 tables of dishes to be served from the restaurant outside. Li Lingtian celebrated with everyone. The happiest person was none other than Qingling. In just a month, she had gone from a patient who couldn't cultivate to a warrior, from a little girl to a young master's woman. Furthermore, he had once used spirit stones to crush countless martial royal realm experts. This was all because of young master. The dozen or so people were celebrating like normal people. It was Li Lingtian's first time mingling with them. He, who had never drunk before, had also drunk quite a bit. Although martial artists would not get drunk, he did not use his cultivation. His entire person was dizzy. In the end, it was Qing Ling and Qing Yun who escorted him back to his room. Qing Ling naturally had to take care of him. The elixir store was a 2-pound mansion. The small courtyard at the back naturally belonged to Li Lingtian's private, restricted area. Only Qing Ling and Li Lingtian stayed inside. After drinking, Li Lingtian made Qing Ling feel like she was about to die. In the end, when both of them fell asleep, Qing Ling's little face was filled with satisfaction. Moonrise City was not destined to be a quiet night. The news of the Divine Pill Pavilion spread quickly. Other than grade 5 pills, the rest of the pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion were of peerless quality. Upon receiving this news, countless martial artists went crazy with excitement. What did a peerless medicinal pill represent? It represented the power of an alchemist, and it represented a greater blessing for martial artists. In the divine martial continent, the most scarce thing was medicinal pills. Without a good alchemist, one could not refine good medicinal pills. A peerless medicinal pill was only a legend, but this legend had appeared. Moreover, there was more than one type of peerless pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Rank 1 to rank 4 pills were all peerless pills. Even rank 5 pills were of high quality. Seeing was believing, because countless martial artists had already bought peerless medicinal pills. Moreover, the rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion were also widely spread. Many martial artists were not convinced, but so what? The Divine Pill Pavilion was opened by others, so they had to abide by other people's rules. These warriors were excited, but in the elixir stores in Moonrise City, there were at least 8,000 of them. These elixir stores were all controlled by the large families and factions. Controlling the elixir stores meant controlling half of the cultivation resources. Now that a divine pill house had appeared and possessed peerless pills, it was definitely a huge blow to the other pill shops. The Feng family was known as the top 10 family clans in soliciting Moon City. They were extremely powerful. No other family could compare to them in terms of resources or strength. Furthermore, the Feng clan was a clan that mainly focused on alchemy. They controlled 1/3 of the alchemy industry in Moonrise City. Patriarch, the appearance of the Divine Pill Pavilion is not good for our Feng family's pill shop. According to the Feng clan's inquiries, more than 30 martial royal realm experts had gathered together. These martial royal realm experts were the core forces of the clan. When they encountered a problem, they would discuss it with these martial emperors before making a decision. They were the first to know about the Divine Pill Pavilion. After knowing this news, they also felt a huge threat. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked because there were 4 spirit alchemists in the Feng family. Out of the 4 spirit alchemists, only 1 spirit alchemist could occasionally concoct some high-grade pills. Supreme-grade pills were only a legend. It was simply unimaginable. The Feng clan's position in Moonrise City was definitely the #1 existence. Now that someone had defeated the Feng clan with their advantage, the Feng clan naturally became worried. Haha, the Divine Pill Pavilion is indeed powerful. However, have you ever thought that it wouldn't affect our Feng clan at all? Because the Divine Pill Pavilion's Tier 4 and below are all peerless pills, and Tier 5 pills are also high grade. Who do you think has enough spirit stones to buy peerless pills every day? Normal and high-grade pills are the main ingredients. Feng Wushuang said with a smile. He did not care about the appearance of the Divine Pill Pavilion at all. He was only shocked by the pill technique of the Divine Pill Pavilion. In alchemy, only alchemists knew the power of alchemy, and they admired powerful alchemists. He was also an alchemist, so he naturally wanted to see it. Chapter 260, Formation 1. Chapter 260, Formation 1. Clan leader is right. I would like to go and take a look at the alchemists of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Feng Qingyun also revealed a curious expression. He wanted to know what ability this Divine Pill Pavilion had to be able to refine peerless pills. This had completely broken the legend of the Divine Martial Continent. It was also a miracle of the Divine Martial Continent. It was the greatest wish of all pill refiners to communicate with this pill refiner. A pill refiner had been refining pills for hundreds of years, so they naturally had a lot of experience. However, they had thought of countless ways, but they still could not improve. They could only communicate with those powerful pill refiners. It seems that the alchemist from the Divine Pill Pavilion is an outsider and not from the top 10 families. In this case, the order of soliciting Moon City has been disturbed. Feng Wushuang pondered for a moment, as if he had thought of something. Then he slowly said it out. After saying it out, all the warriors fell into deep thought. The next day, Li Lingtian was sleeping in his room. Qing Ling was hugging his arm tightly. She was not wearing a single piece of clothing, and her proud and full breasts were leaning against Li Lingtian's arm. Li Lingtian looked at the little beauty beside him and could not help but smile. In his previous life, he was a nobody with no money, no power, and no beauty. In this life, through his hard work, his strength had increased rapidly and he had countless wealth. More importantly, there were countless beauties in this world. The girls around him were all peerless beauties, but his responsibility was getting bigger and bigger. This was the basic responsibility that a man had to bear. However, when he thought of Tang Zimeng, Tang Qingwei, Shun Meier, and Yun Yaoyao, he felt helpless. Only by strengthening himself could he protect his family and women. The Divine Pill Pavilion was his first step. He wanted to establish the most powerful force in the Divine Martial Continent and become the most powerful super expert in the Divine Martial Continent. Not only did he want to become the most powerful person in the Divine Martial Continent, he also wanted to reach the higher True God realm. This was because in his previous life, the Nine-Yang Saint Lord had mastered the 5 elements martial soul, as well as the ice and fire martial soul. All of this was something he had to do. Only by being the strongest could he control his own fate and the fate of others. After some time, Qing Ling woke up. Seeing that Li Lingtian was deep in thought, she did not want to disturb him. She simply leaned her delicate body against Li Lingtian's side. When Li Lingtian sighed and realized that Qing Ling had woken up, a smile appeared on his face. "Young master, you woke up a long time ago." Qing Ling sighed as she looked at Li Lingtian. The strings of her zither quivered inexplicably. Her young master was omnipotent, yet he still had something to regret. He didn't know why young master sighed, or for whom. "Yes, I woke up for a while." Li Lingtian gently embraced Qing Ling and pressed her against him. He had to protect the woman beside him. "Young master, Qing Ling saw you sigh. Can you tell her?" Qing Ling revealed a curious expression and couldn't help but ask. She knew that this was beyond her qualifications, but she still couldn't help but ask. "There are many things in this world that one regret. I sigh, but it's not regret. It's just a sense of pity. There are some things that I can accomplish, but I'm limited by my current strength. Therefore, I have no regrets, only feelings because I can do it." Li Lingtian smiled with a confident look on his face. A person must be confident, but not blindly confident. Self-confidence was part of his personality because he had the qualifications and strength to be confident. "I believe that young master is the most powerful person in the world." Qing Ling looked at the confidence on Li Lingtian's face and was filled with confidence in him as well. In her opinion, there was nothing in this world that her young master could not do. It was only a matter of whether her young master liked it or not. "Let's go, let's get up. The Divine Pill Pavilion is about to open for business. We can't be careless for the next few days." Li Lingtian caressed Qing Ling's smooth and tender body, causing her to tremble. Soon after, the two of them got up, and Qing Ling helped Li Lingtian tidy up his clothes. By the time they arrived outside the Divine Pill Pavilion, it was already crowded with people. After those medicinal pills yesterday, countless martial artists knew of the existence of the Divine Pill Pavilion. There were 4 long lines. Some martial artists could only watch from the side when they saw that the lines were too long. Those who came here to queue up had not yet seen the sun because they knew that the Divine Pill Pavilion only opened for an hour in the morning. If they came late, they would not be able to buy the pills. Yesterday, there were already countless martial artists who obtained peerless medicinal pills. Today, naturally, no one doubted the quality of the medicinal pills. Today, I'll buy another 10 thawing spirit pills. I'll take them when I'm a warrior spirit trying to break through to the next realm. I bought the instant vitality pill yesterday. 1 pill helped me advance from tier 7 to tier 8 warrior. Indeed, the power and effects of a supreme grade pill are beyond imagination. I've been a tier 3 warrior spirit for more than a year, but a single spirit binding pill was enough to break through to tier 4 warrior spirit. You don't know what I'm talking about. The spirit binding pill has allowed me to break through to the 6th rank of the Martial King realm. The peerless pills of the Divine Pill Pavilion are indeed powerful. Although the price is a little expensive, it is countless times better than other pills. This is not something that can be measured by price. It's a pity that I can't use spirit stones to buy pills in the future. I have to exchange for medicinal herbs and materials. Why don't I bring all my wealth and borrow some spirit stones to buy pills? I'll save them for when one break through to the next realm. Forget it. No matter how powerful a spirit alchemist is, they can't use air to refine pills. The Divine Pill Pavilion also needs herbs to refine pills. As a martial artist, you must understand this. Countless martial artists discussed animatedly. However, no one dared to offend the Divine Pill Pavilion today. In fact, they were all defending the Divine Pill Pavilion. For a time, countless martial artists completely treated the medicinal pills of the Divine Pill Pavilion as divine pills and miraculous medicines for breaking through realms. As time passed, the scorching sun in the sky scorched the ground, but countless martial artists could only line up under the scorching sun. Creak. Following the sound of the door opening, the door of the Divine Pill Pavilion opened. 2 martial artists carried out a plaque. This was also a plaque with the price of medicinal pills engraved on it. Everyone, there's only an hour in the morning, so prepare your spirit stones so as not to delay everyone's time. Qin Yun's face was calm and collected. This kid was imitating Li Lingtian. By the time Qin Yun finished speaking, countless martial artists had already prepared the number of spirit stones and the corresponding number of medicinal pills they needed. This way, they would not delay any time. Li Lingtian was meditating in the courtyard with his eyes closed. His divine consciousness enveloped the entire Divine Pill Pavilion. The morning passed peacefully. Although there were countless martial artists who did not buy the pills, they could continue in the afternoon. In the courtyard, Li Lingtian smiled when he saw that the other warriors had left. Because every hour, the speed of buying medicinal pills was extremely fast. In an hour, he could accept the transactions of 400 martial artists at the same time. Qin Yun, make 500 jade plates. 100 jade tokens are used to buy 5th grade pills. 100 is 4th grade, 100 is 3rd grade, 100 is 2nd grade, and 100 is 1st grade. There are only 100 slots for each type of medicinal pill every day. Only the martial artists who have obtained the token will have the opportunity to buy the medicinal pill. They will also line up to receive the token. This way, it will prevent others from queuing up for nothing. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and spoke to Qin Yun, who was standing in front of him with a bow. This way, this spot was also a generous income, but he could let Qin Yun arrange for people to secretly trade. In this world, there was no true fairness, only true darkness. Young master is really smart. This move is too wonderful. Qin Ling was excited when she heard Li Lingtian's words. This was a huge long-term income. If she could control it well, her subordinates could rely on it to survive. This is already high. The real show is still to come. Li Lingtian smiled. In his mind, there were thousands of ways to earn money. As long as he was willing, he could find any one of them. No one knew that his target had already set his eyes on the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was the public power of the entire Azure continent. Every big city had a City Lord's mansion. Some of the safety and basic matters of the big city were controlled by the City Lord's mansion. This City Lord's mansion was the same as the City Lord's mansion of every city in the Qingzhou Empire. However, in the Azure continent, the City Lord's mansion represented the Azure continent and did not participate in any competition. It only protected the safety of the city. The appearance of the Divine Pill Pavilion would definitely bring endless popularity to Moonrise City. However, to enter the main city of Moonrise City, one would need a token of 100,000 spiritual stones. If his Divine Pill Pavilion was built outside the city, it would naturally attract popularity. When his Divine Pill Pavilion became powerful, he would look for the City Lord's estate. This deal could be made. Although there were no warriors buying pills in the afternoon, Li Lingtian did not stop. Instead, he quickly got busy. Li Lingtian stood in the courtyard. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a golden light appeared between his brows and the divine array appeared before him. The divine array diagram floated in the air, flashing with golden light. After being nourished by his Zhen Yuan and his control over the divine array diagram, it became even more dazzling. 9 palaces, 8 trigrams attack and defense formation. 9 palace sky, Xian formation. Devouring formation. Li Lingtian kept waving his hands while Qing Ling was stunned by his actions. She did not know what her young master was doing. Streaks of mysterious radiance disappeared from the courtyard. After 2 hours, Li Lingtian was almost exhausted. However, his face revealed a satisfied expression. If it was in the past, he would definitely need a day's time to attack and defend the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams formation, but now it only took an hour. The other 2 formations only took an hour, and 3 formations disappeared from the courtyard. Even though these great formations did not use any materials as the formation cores, they were still extremely powerful back then. With that, the Divine Pill Pavilion's safety could be assured. After everything was done, Li Lingtian slumped on the chair weakly. Qing Ling quickly stepped forward to massage Li Lingtian with a surprised expression. "Young master, is this an array formation?" Qing Ling asked curiously as she massaged. "This is a killing array. As long as someone dares to cause trouble in the Divine Pill Pavilion, they will be killed instantly." Li Lingtian closed his eyes to rest after he said that. He was a Tier 4 Pinnacle Martial Arts Grandmaster. He was still exhausted after executing 3 formations. Chapter 261. Chapter 261. Terrifying Array Power 1. Chapter 261. Terrifying Array Power 1. In the afternoon, Qin Yun made the Jade token and waited for the time arranged by the Divine Pill Pavilion to open the door of the pill shop and start business. However, before the opening ceremony, he told them about the token. Everyone, in order not to delay everyone's time, the Divine Pill Pavilion specially made this kind of token. Warriors who obtain the token can queue up to buy pills. There are only 100 slots for each grade of medicinal pills every day. It's the same for trading medicinal herbs and materials. We'll open for business now. Those who haven't bought any pills can get a token. There's only 1 token for each type of pill. You can use the token to buy pills during business hours tomorrow, but you must follow the order on the token. Also, this token is unique to the Divine Pill Pavilion. If anyone wants to fake it, one can tell you that the Divine Pill Pavilion will never trade with him. Moreover, the Divine Pill Pavilion has the right to pursue the matter. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he let the martial artists in the queue buy the medicinal pills. An hour passed, and the martial artists in the front of the queue successfully bought the medicinal pills. However, those in the back of the queue did not return empty-handed. Instead, they obtained tokens and used them to buy medicinal pills the next day. Time slowly passed. All the tokens had been distributed, and all the martial artists were ready to leave. At this moment, a figure flew over from the sky. The figure floated in the air and looked down at the Divine Pill Pavilion below. Li Ling Tian, you killed the Yin family's disciple. Damn it, come out now. In the sky, the middle-aged man in green shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder, instantly shocking all the martial artists within 100 miles of the Divine Pill Pavilion. A 9th-level martial emperor was extremely powerful. After asking around, he found out that his son, Yin Mia, had been killed by a young man. The disciples under him had finally found the person who had killed Yin Mia. This person had been in and out of the Divine Pill Pavilion for the past 2 days. He should be a member of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Yin Xing came out of seclusion and was furious when he found out that his son was killed. Now that he had found the person who killed his son, he naturally would not let him off. Hearing that the experts in the sky were coming to find trouble with the Divine Pill Pavilion, countless martial artists hid far away, their faces revealing fear. Putting aside the cultivation base of the experts in the sky, no one in Moonrise City dared to provoke the Yin family. In Moonrise City, countless warriors heard Yin Xing's voice and looked at the Divine Pill Pavilion curiously. They felt sad for the Divine Pill Pavilion. The Divine Pill Pavilion had just been established, yet it was already facing an opponent like the Yin family. It seemed like the Divine Pill Pavilion was about to disappear into thin air. Young Master, Yin Xing, the super expert of the Yin family, is a 9th-level martial emperor. Qing Yin was also shocked. Although he believed that young Master was powerful, he was still afraid when faced with a 9th-level martial emperor. Furthermore, the Yin family had a high status in Moonrise City. The Divine Pill Pavilion was no match for the Yin family. Look at you, can you achieve great things? He's just a mere martial emperor. Even if one don't do anything, one can still kill him. Li Ling Tian was glad that he had just established the formation. Otherwise, he would have to face this powerhouse head-on. He was only a 9th-level martial emperor, and the silver-winged flying dragon could completely suppress him. After saying that, he lay down leisurely on the chair to rest. Yin Xing, who did not descend from the sky at all, saw this. Qing Ling and Qing Yun both broke down. Who was their young master? He was so indifferent to a 9th-level martial emperor. Not only were they shocked, countless martial artists were also shocked. In their divine senses, the young man in the courtyard was actually sleeping, ignoring Yin Xing in the air. Li Ling Tian, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't come out, the Divine Pill Pavilion will be razed to the ground. Yin Xing was also furious. His reputation, status, and strength were well known in Moonrise City. However, he had been ignored by a young man when he came to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Countless experts watched in secret. Being ignored like this, their face was damaged. However, the Divine Pill Pavilion had a spirit alchemist, so he was a little afraid. It was not wise to offend a spirit alchemist. 3, 2, 1. After counting the 3 numbers, Li Ling Tian closed his eyes and went back to sleep, completely ignoring Yin Xing, who was in the air. For a moment, all the martial artists almost laughed out loud. In this way, Yin Xing had become a person who was playing monkey tricks. He was playing alone in the air, and the people of the Divine Pill Pavilion ignored him. However, when faced with a 9th-level martial emperor, they did not dare to laugh. However, some people still laughed. Qing Ling looked at Yin Xing in the air and then looked at young master. She immediately laughed, and her small face was beaming. Healy, young master, Qing Ling can't hold it in anymore. This person is too funny. Playing monkey tricks in the air alone is so fun. After Qing Ling laughed, she directly said it. Immediately, the expressions of countless experts changed continuously. What kind of people were these? It was one thing for the master to be calm, but the servant girls below were so bold. He was really speechless. Many experts felt fear in their hearts. If they were in the air, wouldn't they lose all their face? Courting death, courting death. Destroy them. Skyfrost, divine fist, destruction. Qing was completely enraged. He could clearly feel that countless experts were secretly mocking him and the Yin family. The violent true essence in his entire body circulated, and the space immediately froze. The temperature within a radius of 100 miles dropped sharply. A dark blue light smashed fiercely towards the courtyard of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Countless martial artists were shocked. Qing, a 9th-level martial emperor, was indeed powerful. Even a powerhouse of the same level might not be able to take this attack easily. They didn't know how the people below managed to escape, but they could only watch the dark blue light in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the dark blue light arrived above the Divine Pill Pavilion's residence. Just when all the warriors thought that the Divine Pill Pavilion had vanished into thin air, a huge light shield appeared in the sky above the Divine Pill Pavilion. The light shield covered the entire Divine Pill Pavilion. There was no explosion as expected, but there was a slight sound. The devastating attack disappeared on the light barrier like a breeze. Qing and the countless experts watching were incomparably shocked. They did not expect the Divine Pill Pavilion to have such a powerful defensive array. However, what they did not expect was that the moment the dark blue light disappeared, a shocking suction force appeared on the light barrier. Countless spiritual qi swarmed over. In an instant, the blue light that had disappeared appeared again. The light bombarded Qing in the air. Seeing this situation, Qing was completely stunned. His attack was actually canceled out, and in the end, it was even counterattacked by his own attack. The faster he went, the faster he came back, and the more powerful he was. While he was shocked, he could only use a middle-grade Emperor weapon to cover his entire body. Just as his defense was unleashed, a shocking attack struck his defense. His entire body trembled, and he was ruthlessly thrown out. There was the sound of blood spurting out, and a bloody mist appeared in the air. Qing's body was thrown 100 meters before he was forced to float in the air. His face was pale. More and more martial artists watched. Seeing Qing beaten to such a state by their own attacks, they all felt terrified. With such an array formation, who would dare to attack? What a terrifying formation. Although this array formation is heaven grade, its power far exceeds heaven grade. Only a Saint Array Master can set up a heaven grade array, and an array that surpasses the heaven grade. Could it be that the Divine Pill Pavilion has a Saint Array Master? No wonder he's so unscrupulous. He's protected by such a terrifying formation. Many experts in the dark looked fearful. Facing such an array, even a 9th-level martial emperor was injured. Who would dare to provoke this array? Damn it! Qing was also afraid, but if he lost face in front of everyone, how could he survive in Moonrise City in the future? Initially, he did not use his full strength. He only wanted to destroy the Divine Pill Pavilion and lure Ling Tian out so that he could kill him in front of everyone. This way, he would be able to avenge his son and also gain the Yin clan's prestige. However, he did not expect that he would backfire. Bing exterminate. Die for your father. Qing said coldly. His face revealed a serious expression as he circulated all the true essence in his body. Immediately, the world trembled. In the sky, a ball of light with a radius of 100 meters appeared. This ball of light carried a terrifying chill, and the air froze. Not good. It's the icy blaze annihilation. It's one of the Yin family's 3 great killing techniques, and it's equivalent to a martial emperor's forbidden technique. The 3 great killing techniques of the Yin family are even more powerful than forbidden techniques. When a 9th-level martial emperor uses them, even a martial honor would not dare to take them head-on. This time, no matter how powerful the Divine Pill Pavilion's array is, it's useless. The Divine Pill Pavilion is really going to disappear into thin air this time. It's a pity for the Divine Pill Pavilion's medicinal pills. Run. The shockwave from the icy flames will kill anyone below the martial arts grandmaster level. For a moment, countless warriors retreated rapidly, only stopping when they were several miles away from the Divine Pill Pavilion. The buildings in Moonrise City would be fine, but the warriors would not be able to escape the destructive attack. Sensing the threat in the air, Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a grave expression. With a flick of his consciousness, the divine array diagram was displayed. His hands kept flicking, and then hundreds of rays of light disappeared into the light barrier. When he was done with the divine array diagram, the destructive ball of light in the sky also descended and bombarded the light shield. The light shield trembled violently, as if it was about to be destroyed at any moment. All the martial artists revealed shocked expressions. It was already terrifying enough to be able to withstand the flame ice annihilation. However, even if he blocked it, he wouldn't be able to escape. Yanqing's face also revealed a brutal expression, as if he had seen the divine pill pavilion destroyed. The light shield and the ball of light were in a stalemate. Seeing this, the grave expression on Li Lingtian's face slowly dissipated before it turned into a faint smile. He leisurely looked at the happy Yanqing in the air. As long as his array formation could withstand it for a moment, it would be impossible for the other party to break through this light barrier. Yanqing was also puzzled. His flame ice annihilation had not shattered this light barrier. He quickly circulated his true essence and shot out balls of true essence light. With the support of the true essence, the ball of light erupted with a dazzling light. At the same time, the light shield also trembled. Rumble! A shocking explosion sounded. The area within 100 miles of the Divine Pill Pavilion trembled. Chapter 262, Chapter 262, Killing a Rank 9 Martial Emperor. Chapter 262, Killing a Rank 9 Martial Emperor. Countless martial artists felt the threat of death, but there was no movement in the Divine Pill Pavilion. However, when the experts saw the situation in the sky, their faces became filled with fear. After the explosion, it wasn't the light shield that exploded and shattered, but the flaming ice annihilation. Furthermore, the flaming ice annihilation had already shot towards Yanqing. At the same time, the power of the flaming ice annihilation was twice as strong as before. Oh, boom! In the air, there was a scream and another explosion. A curtain of blood appeared. A rank 9 martial emperor of the Yin family had died to his flame ice. He was a 9th level martial emperor, not a warrior spirit, yet he had fallen just like that. Moreover, his corpse was not intact, and not even his bones could be found. What was even more terrifying was that the Divine Pill Pavilion had not made a move from the beginning to the end. Yanqing had been killed by his own attack. The light shield remained, and the sky gradually quieted down. The arrogant Yanqing and the 9th level martial emperor from the Yin family had disappeared. They had been completely destroyed. Whoosh! All the experts and martial artists who saw this scene were in an uproar. They did not dare to breathe loudly. He had killed the Yin family's super expert without even using a single move. Who else would dare to provoke the Divine Pill Pavilion? Qing Yun and Qing Ling were shocked when they saw Yanqing fall. Young Master had cast a formation and killed a 9th level martial emperor with ease. How many people in the Azure continent could have such a skill? After a short while, the countless experts hiding in the sky left. They had to report this matter to their families and sects to avoid provoking the Divine Pill Pavilion. If that happened, they would be in big trouble. The Divine Pill Pavilion was quiet, but the countless super families and forces in Soliciting Moon City were worried. They did not know if it was a good thing or a bad thing for a powerful Divine Pill Pavilion to appear out of nowhere. They didn't even know the details of the Divine Pill Pavilion. This was because the ultimate skill used by a 9th level martial emperor was broken by a simple formation of the other party. Moreover, the 9th level martial emperor died. From the beginning to the end, he had not seen anyone from the Divine Pill Pavilion make a move. He did not know the strength of the Divine Pill Pavilion. What is it? The Yin family's Yanqing was killed by an array formation? When Zhou Yu, The patriarch of the Zhou family, one of the 10 great families in soliciting Moon City, heard the news from his disciples. He stood up from his seat. Yanqing of the Yin family was a 9th-level martial emperor. Even if he was a peak 9th-level martial emperor, he might not be able to defeat him. Patriarch Yanqing was indeed killed by an array formation of the Divine Pill Pavilion. He was killed by his own attack. Yanqing used the Yin family's ultimate skill in the second move, Yin Ice Annihilation. He died under Yin Ice Annihilation. Zhou Jiming recounted everything that he had seen with his own eyes. At that time, he was also shocked. A 9th-level martial emperor could be killed by his attack. He was only a 3rd-level martial emperor. Encountering this array was not courting death. This divine pill house is not simple. Be it their pills or formations, none of them have appeared in the Azure continent. It's best for our Zhou clan not to provoke this divine pill house. Pass down my order. The Zhou family disciples are not to provoke the Divine Pill Pavilion. Don't even provoke the servants of the Divine Pill Pavilion. If anything happens to the Divine Pill Pavilion, kill them without mercy. Zhou Yu said in a deep voice. In the end, his voice became sharp. If his disciples provoked trouble, the Zhou family might be implicated. Rather than letting the other party come knocking on his door, it was better to solve the problem first and not let the other party have an excuse. Not only the Zhou family, but even the other families of the top 10 families had received the news of their disciples. When they heard this news, countless high-level experts were shocked and ordered their disciples not to provoke the Divine Pill Pavilion. In just one day, the entire Moonrise City had become turbulent. It seemed calm, but it was extremely tense. In just 2 days, the Divine Pill Pavilion had been pushed to the cusp of the storm. This was because of the pills and the array formations of the Divine Pill Pavilion. The opponent was the Yin family, the powerful Yin family of Moonrise City. The disciples of such a powerful family were killed by the people of the Divine Pill Pavilion one after another. This made everyone feel the aura of a storm. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he returned to his room to meditate and cultivate. What should come would come, and more could not be avoided. The Yin family had no enmity with him. They were just a small fry who had caused such a powerful storm that could not be stopped. This is good too. After Li Lingtian had finished cultivating, he went to the small courtyard to rest. Lying on a reclining chair, Qingling gently massaged Li Lingtian. He revealed a faint smile on his face. What happened today had both advantages and disadvantages. He had completely gone against the Yin clan, but he had killed the chicken to warn the monkeys, suppressing the 10 great clans. It was better to face the Yin family than everyone else. Moreover, if the Yin family did not appear, the other families would secretly target the Divine Pill Pavilion. Instead of letting people hide in the dark to scheme, it was better to let people stand up. This time, the Divine Pill Pavilion had killed a 9th-level martial emperor from the Yin family. The warriors from the other families did not dare to provoke the Divine Pill Pavilion. This was beneficial to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Overall, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Young Master, what do you mean? Qingling asked curiously. She couldn't understand what Young Master was doing. The Young Master's methods were extremely magical. She had never thought that a martial emperor would die in such an aggrieved manner at the hands of the people around her. However, in her heart, no matter how powerful Young Master was or what methods he used, she could only support him because she was Young Master's woman. Although the Yin family is powerful, I don't believe that many of their martial monarchs can fall. This way, our Divine Pill Pavilion can develop rapidly. Even if their revered martial artists appear, I can't think of a way to deal with them. Moreover, this way, the other families will not dare to offend or provoke the Divine Pill Pavilion. As Li Lingtian spoke, anyone who understood would be able to see through these things. Furthermore, Qingling was someone who slept beside him, so there was nothing to hide. Young Master is right. Although they're going against the Yin family, the other families don't dare to get involved easily. This is because the Yin family has already lost a few martial emperors. It's impossible for the Divine Pill Pavilion to make peace with the Yin family. When the other families see the Divine Pill Pavilion dare to go against the Yin family, they will have to be wary. Qingling spoke in a serious tone. Li Ling Tian turned to look at Qingling and was slightly surprised by this little girl. She was smart enough to understand things at a glance. If this went on, he would be able to take charge of a place by himself after a period of experience. He lacked such people by his side, and they were meticulous people. Most importantly, this person was someone close to him. Without a doubt, Qingling was the best candidate. Young master, you... Qingling's heart thumped when she saw Li Ling Tian looking at her. Did she say something wrong or something? There was still a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that he shouldn't have said anything? Not bad. You are smart. In the future, when this young master deals with things, learn a little. When the time comes, you can help this young master deal with some things. Li Ling Tian smiled and sat up. He reached out and pinched Qingling's little face. Really, Qingling will definitely not disappoint young master. Qingling was happy. It seemed like she was still useful because she didn't want to be a useless maid in young master's heart. Instead, she wanted to be an important person who could help him deal with some things. She wanted her position to be more important in young master's heart. This was her selfish motive. All right, one have a vermilion fruit here. Eating it has the effect of retaining one's youth. Li Ling Tian took out a blood-red fruit from the divine dragon ring. The fruit was almost translucent, and it made one drool. Beauty. Thank you, young master. Qingling was startled and immediately became excited. Girls were all like this, always hoping that they would never age and that their looks would never fade. However, such things were just fantasies. He didn't expect young master to have a spirit fruit that could help him retain his youth. When he saw the vermilion fruit, he snatched it over and hugged it in his arms as if he was worried that someone else would snatch it. If he had this fruit, he would be able to maintain his appearance forever. He would never grow old. He would always be so beautiful and young, and the young master would never forget him. Li Ling Tian shook his head as he looked at Qingling. All women are like this. The more beautiful a woman was, the more she cared about her appearance and hoped to stay young forever. Whether it was a big beauty or a small beauty, they were all like this. Tang Ziming was like this, Tang Qingyue was like this, and so were his mother and Tang Qingyue's mother. In the Azure continent, Yun Yaoyao and Shun Meier were the same. Now, Qingling was the same. I'll go and refine this fruit now. When the time comes, it'll always be this beautiful. Qingling pondered for a moment. She didn't want to wait any longer. She was worried that she would grow older every day. She had to leave her youthful appearance at this moment. With that, she ran towards her room. The vermilion fruit. A 500-year-old vermilion fruit could have the effect of retaining one's youth. This fruit was also the most magical existence among the spirit fruits. Li Ling Tian could only shake his head when he saw Qingling's expression. The divine pill pavilion was still as quiet as before. Even though the martial monarch of the Yin family had been killed, it did not stop the martial artists from buying pills to increase their cultivation. Countless martial artists had come to line up early in the morning. Those with tokens were naturally at the front. Those without tokens, although they could not buy pills for the time being, they could get tokens and wait until tomorrow or afternoon to buy them. Just like that, 10 days passed by quietly. The 10 families were also very peaceful. Even the Yin family, which had lost face in martial emperor, didn't make any moves. Seeing that the divine pill pavilion had stabilized, Li Ling Tian decided to return to his cave abode to cultivate. Moreover, there were not many medicinal pills left. This was still because of the restrictions on the amount and quota of the pills to be purchased. Otherwise, the medicinal pills would have been sold out long ago. Fortunately, the Divine Pill Pavilion had already passed the time limit for spirit stones to buy pills. The only way to buy pills now was to exchange them with medicinal herbs. There was another way, and that was to join the Divine Pill Pavilion and use contribution points to exchange for medicinal pills. Moreover, the warriors who joined the Divine Pill Pavilion, whether they were warrior spirits or warrior kings, had to go through various tests. Those who were not talented, disloyal, or did not have any special skills were rejected. Chapter 263. Chapter 263. 5th Tier Martial Arts Grandmaster. Chapter 263. 5th Tier Martial Arts Grandmaster. Li Lingtian began cultivating after he returned to his cave abode. His cultivation was about to break through soon. Once he reached Tier 5 Warrior Ascendant, his abilities would be greatly enhanced. After offending the Yin family, the only thing he had to do was to increase his strength. Otherwise, he would only be killed. I'll have to refine pills for another month and seriously break through to the 4th rank of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Li Lingtian had been refining elixirs in the cave abode for half a month. During this time, there was no news from the Divine Pill Pavilion or the Yin family. The rapid development of the Divine Pill Dispensary allowed Li Lingtian to refine pills in peace. At least there was no movement from the venerable, immortal Yin clan. Perhaps they were concerned about something. Qingling was also helping Li Lingtian to deal with news from the outside world. As long as it was not too important, Qingling would handle it herself. If it was important, she would inform Li Lingtian immediately. Li Lingtian's daily alchemy hours had increased by quite a bit as well. He now had more than half of his daily alchemy time. The rest of the time was spent cultivating and practicing skills. At night, with Qingling accompanying him, he casually listened to some of the things that Qingling dealt with. As the days went by, Li Lingtian spent a month refining pills in the cave abode. Not good, my realm is loosened. Li Lingtian continued to refine elixirs. Under such circumstances, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. He had already reached the peak of Tier 4 Martial Arts Grandmaster, but now that his realm had loosened, he had to break through to Tier 5 Martial Arts Grandmaster. The last cauldron of medicinal pills was scrapped because he had to immediately circulate his cultivation to break through. Otherwise, he would not be able to control his true essence. Waving his hands, he cast spells one after another. The heaven and earth reincarnation art guided the circulation of the meridians and true essence in his body. Azure Yang Pill. As the vital essence continued to circulate, Li Lingtian steeled his heart and took out a green sun pill from the jade bottle. He tossed the pill into his mouth, and the vital essence in his body grew even stronger. With the surge of Zhen Yuan, the heaven and earth reincarnation also accelerated, and his entire body circulated rapidly. Bang! Inside his body, there was a soft sound as he broke through to the 4th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. The 5-colored golden core spun rapidly and emitted a mysterious light. The light flowed into his meridians. After a week, the light returned to his dantian, and the golden core absorbed all the true essence again. The golden core had absorbed all the true essence, and the dantian was empty. The soul-restoring pill. Li Lingtian now understood that he would fail if he could not provide enough quintessential essence to satisfy the golden elixir. The soul-restoring pill was several times more powerful than the Azure Yang Pill. Naturally, he could not use the Azure Yang Pill now. The medicinal power of the soul-returning pill instantly dispersed. The heaven and earth reincarnation circulated even faster, turning the medicinal power into true essence and slipping into his dantian. With a soul-restoring pill, the 5-colored golden core finally stopped spinning. The originally weak golden core had now become even stronger. Seeing this situation, he was relieved. He had finally reached the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. After reaching the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, the true essence in his body was even more massive, and a few divine artifacts were also nourished more. He had reached martial arts Grandmaster Tier 5, but he did not dare to stop because his current realm was still unstable. He would only dare to stop after he had stabilized. After 2 full days, his realm finally stabilized. When he opened his eyes, he felt the power in his body skyrocket, giving him a strong sense of confidence. Heaven flipping seal. dominating heaven fist. Heaven and earth burning. The heavens and earth will shatter. Meteor shower. In the training room, the species skill was used. The shocking changes were that the low-level species skill reached the state of perfection. The power of an Earth rank transmutation boundary was equivalent to the power of a low-level heaven rank. Every move he used was earth-shattering. The current attack was equivalent to the forbidden technique attack of a martial monarch powerhouse. Heaven-destroying sword formation. Sword howl of heaven and earth. Ice fire, 9 heavens, destruction. Li Lingtian's face was filled with satisfaction and excitement after his 5 skills had reached the transcendent state. He then unleashed his 2 strongest trump cards. After his cultivation level increased, his 2 trump cards had also reached an extreme. Moreover, the second level of the 9 heavens of ice/fire had reached its limit. As long as he found a type of flame and added the ice flame, he could break through to the 3rd level of the 9 heavens of ice/fire. It was extremely difficult to find a mysterious and powerful flame. It was an existence that could only be encountered by chance. There was no way to upgrade the ice-fire 9 heavens for the time being, but the heaven-destroying sword formation could be comprehended, and there was also the god's fury. After reaching the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, he felt much more at ease. With a few of his skills, he would not have to worry even if he were to face a 9th-level martial emperor. Moreover, he still had saint artifacts like the Space Silk Banner and the Sky Sword, as well as divine artifacts. With the treasure control technique, he could control these treasures even more. Li Lingtian cultivated and refined elixirs in the cave abode, while Qing Yun handled the matters outside. On this day, Qing Ling rushed to Li Lingtian's cultivation location. Young master, I've received news that the Yin family is going to destroy the Divine Pill Pavilion and the 4 9th-level martial emperors tonight. Qing Ling's small face was calm as she stared at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes. She had matured a lot during this period of time and was able to handle things logically. However, she was still a little girl. The effect of the vermilion fruit's youth-retaining effect was showing. However, in Li Lingtian's eyes, he was growing fonder of this little girl because she was smart and had a brain. The more a woman liked her, the more he liked her. Qing Ling was a little girl in the outside world, but she was extremely shrewd when it came to handling matters. At night, she was like a little lamb in front of Li Lingtian. Send a message. The people from the Divine Pili Pavilion should retreat. There will be a great war tonight. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face, but it was laced with cruelty. Qing Ling understood that the more young master smiled, the stronger his killing intent. Qing Ling will inform him now. After Qing Ling finished speaking, she turned around and left. This matter couldn't be delayed. If she delayed any longer, everyone in the Divine Pill Pavilion would die. If you don't seek death, you won't die. After Qing Ling left, Li Lingtian's face was filled with killing intent. Since he had sent out 4 Tier 9 martial royal realm powerhouses, he wanted to destroy the Divine Pill Pavilion in one go. During this period of time, the Yin family's power had also been figured out. There were 7 rank 9 martial emperors among the top experts. As for the martial honored realm experts, it was unknown. He had killed one of the 7 9th-level martial emperors. Now that he had sent 4 of them, he would be able to cut off one of the Yin family's arms. The atmosphere in soliciting Moon City was getting more and more oppressive. Countless warriors seemed to sense that something big was about to happen and did not dare to come out at night. It was unknown how the major clans and factions in soliciting Moon City received the news that the Yin clan was going to attack the Divine Pill Pavilion. The night was extremely quiet. The sky had just darkened when 4 figures appeared in the sky. 4 figures appeared in the sky above the Divine Pill Pavilion. Endless gusts of wind tore through the air, and the entire space was extremely oppressive. Li Lingtian come out. Yin Wudi, the super expert of the Yin family, shouted indifferently in the air. His voice was neither salty nor indifferent, but it made the oppressive atmosphere in the air even more strange. Countless spectators hiding in the distance also felt this terrifying aura and looked at the sky in shock. He did not expect the Yin family to think so highly of the Divine Pill Pavilion that they would send 4 ninth-level martial emperors at once. Yin Wudi, Yin Yujiao, Yin Luoyun, and Yin Fengyue were the 4 super geniuses of the Yin family. They had already reached the peak of the 9th-level martial emperor 100 years ago. Among the super powerhouses in Moonrise City, the 4 of them were definitely ranked among the top. They were always together. Even a Supreme Realm expert might not be able to defeat the 4 of them when they joined forces. This was also the Yin family's strongest trump card. The Yin family actually fought over a Divine Pill Pavilion. Sigh. No matter what background the Divine Pill Pavilion has, it's finished this time. This is luck. The Divine Pill Pavilion can only admit that they are unlucky to have provoked the Yin family. That array formation is indeed powerful, but it doesn't have the slightest ability to defend against the 4 Yin brothers. Any one of the 4 brothers can kill Yin Qing. With their combined power, they can even kill a first-level martial honored realm expert. In the dark night, countless experts were hiding in soliciting Moon City. They did not want to let go of the Divine Pill Pavilion at all. You won't die if you don't seek death. Remember, if you can reincarnate in your next life, don't provoke me. When you cause trouble, remember to open your dog eyes and look clearly. In the sky, a voice came from afar. The voice was erratic, and no one knew where it came from. However, a white-robed figure was already floating in the air. No one knew how this white-robed young man had arrived, because there was not the slightest fluctuation in the air. It was as if this young man had been in the air all along. Yin Wudi and the other 3 were also stunned. Countless experts couldn't see clearly how the white-robed young man arrived. If he flew, there would be the sound of air being torn apart. If he teleported, there would also be spatial fluctuations. However, this young man's arrival was silent, like a ghost that had suddenly appeared. Damn it! Yin Wudi had never been humiliated like this before and was instantly enraged. He originally thought that the people from the Divine Pill Pavilion would beg for mercy when the 4 of them appeared. He was even thinking about how to humiliate and attack the people from the Divine Pill Pavilion. However, who would have thought that the other party would give them a silent slap as soon as they came up and teach them a lesson in front of countless hidden experts? Arrogant. An 8th-level martial emperor in the air said softly. Even a martial honor would not dare to provoke 4 9th-level martial emperors. Yet this young man was so arrogant. The ignorant are truly fearless. Another 9th-level martial emperor said softly. Let's see how you die. You still dared to fool me last time. Far away, a young lady looked at Li Lingtian in the air and snorted in disdain. If Li Lingtian saw this young lady, he would definitely recognize her as the young lady from the Moonrise Auction House. I'll give you 10 seconds to kneel down and admit your guilt. The Yin family can give you an intact corpse, and the Divine Pill Pavilion will be taken over by the Yin family. Or you can submit to the Yin family and merge the Divine Pill Pavilion with the Yin family. Otherwise, if the Divine Pill Pavilion is destroyed today, you will be destroyed as well. Yin Yujiao said coldly. He was not as furious as his elder brother. Although Li Lingtian had killed the Yin clan's ultimate powerhouse, it was not a bad idea to make use of him to refine pills for the Yin clan. As he spoke, he gently waved a folding fan in his hand and shook his head in a confident manner. Chapter 264. Chapter 264. Killing the Flame Jade Flood Dragon. Chapter 264. Killing the Flame Jade Flood Dragon. All the warriors were stunned. If that was the case, the Divine Pill Dispensary would merge with the Yin family, and the power of soliciting Moon City would become even more unstable. The popularity and medicinal pills of the Divine Pill Pavilion had already attracted all the warriors in Moonrise City. They had become an indispensable force. If the Yin family really subdued the Divine Pill Pavilion, the Yin family's power would directly suppress the 10 great families. While all the factions were worried, Li Lingtian burst out laughing. He laughed arrogantly and brazenly. Ha 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 ha, that's funny. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen a piece of trash as shameless as you. If someone doesn't know, they would really think that your Yin family is very powerful. Who do you think you are? In my eyes, you're just a second-grade cripple. Li Lingtian laughed out loud. Fi did not even flinch when faced with 4-tier, 9 martial royal rel powerhouses. For a moment, countless experts in soliciting Moon City were in awe. Just this courage alone was not something that ordinary experts could compare to. Countless young ladies looked at the dashing young man in the air, and their expressions remained unchanged in the face of a top-notch martial emperor powerhouse. They were filled with admiration and admiration as they looked at Li Lingtian lovingly. Damn it, damn it! Yin Yujiao was also enraged. He had been a proud son of heaven since he was young and had never suffered such humiliation. He actually called himself trash, a second-class cripple. How could he accept such humiliation in front of the world's experts? You didn't believe me when I told you. I exposed your shortcomings. Are you unhappy? Li Lingtian looked at Yin Yujiao, who was a Tier 9 martial emperor powerhouse. He was much stronger than Yin Qing. He didn't even stand a chance against 4 martial emperors. If he separated them, it would be easy for him. As long as he killed one of them, their joint attack would be broken. All right, I'll let you know what it means to be strong. Yin Yujiao said loudly. He was just a young man. Even if he hid his cultivation, he was only a martial arts grandmaster. A martial arts grandmaster was not even an ant in front of him. If he did not kill this young man personally, even if the Yin family wiped out the Divine Pill Pavilion, he would not be able to regain his face. You want to play with me alone? Li Lingtian was stunned. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? I'll play you to death. With that said, even Yin Yujiao, who felt that it was inappropriate, could not take back his words. If he did not go up, it would seem that he was afraid of this young man. At that time, he would lose face. What a deep mind. With his intelligence, if he's not careful, he'll sell you off and you'll still help him count the money. However, he doesn't have the qualifications to fight with the Flame Jade Flood Dragon. You have a good mind, but it's not wise to anger a 9th-level martial emperor. Countless warriors were whispering to themselves. Those who were involved in the matter were more confused than those who were watching. Yin Yujiao was infuriated and did not know that Li Lingtian was scheming against him. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He also felt a trace of fear towards this young man in front of him. It was not his cultivation or strength, but this young man's mind. He was careful, pressing forward step by step, and scheming step by step. He had also been schemed against. I'll crush you to death with a single finger. Humph, you're courting death. Yin Yujiao was furious. He still bragged after being angered, but he quickly stopped when he felt that he was being too abrupt. He originally wanted to say that one finger was enough, but he quickly stopped. He didn't dare to say anything else, lest he was tricked again. After saying that, his body flashed, and he took a step forward, circulating his true essence to the limit. Third brother. Yin Wudi and Yin Luoyuan reminded him. Although this young man didn't seem to have any cultivation, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. He was also worried that his brother would be schemed against, but their warnings could not stop Yin Yujiao at all. Forget it. The 4 of you come together, lest you say that I bully the weak. Li Lingtian shook his head and extended his middle finger, making a gesture that said no. Even if this world did not know about this gesture, they could feel that it was an insult to him. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, don't interfere. Today, one will tear this bastard apart. Yin Yujiao was the calmest of the 4, but now he was the first to be angered. With that said, he waved his hand, and a destructive attack came crashing down on Li Lingtian. It was a powerful move that a martial emperor used to suppress a martial grandmaster. Cece. The shocking attack tore through space and arrived before Li Lingtian in the blink of an eye. All the martial artists looked at Yin Yujiao's attack carefully and were extremely shocked. After not seeing him for decades, Yin Yujiao's cultivation had improved a lot. In another few decades, he would definitely become a martial honor. The space continued to oppress him. However, a faint halo appeared around Li Lingtian, creating a vacuum within a 10-meter radius. Dominating Fleven Fist, Li Lingtian was delighted when he saw his opponent's attack. He had finally angered this fellow and was looking for an opportunity to kill him. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique circulated, and the true essence in his meridians circulated nonstop. The true dragon body barrier was activated, and the powerful and domineering dragon energy protected the surroundings. The pressure and aura of a martial emperor became ineffective in front of the dragon energy. With a wave of his hand, the air trembled, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His body flashed, and he waved his hand lightly. His attack was clean and neat. A 10-meter-long fist shadow bombarded Yin Yujiao. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided. Boom! There was an explosion in the air as Li Lingtian's body was forced back with a trace of blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Yin Yujiao's body did not tremble at all. It was not something Li Lingtian could shake at all. A satisfied expression appeared on his face, but it was even more cruel. When Yin Wudi and the other two saw that their brother had injured this young man with just one move, their worried hearts also relaxed. That's all, too. So it's just a sharp tongue. Isn't this courting death? He can't even withstand a single move from a martial emperor, yet he's so arrogant. I'm really speechless. For a moment, countless experts who were secretly watching the battle were speechless. They did not expect him to be so weak. He was injured in one move. At first, they thought he had some ability. Oomph. You only know how to pretend. In the distance, the young lady from the soliciting moon auction house snorted coldly. She looked at Li Lingtian with disdain when she saw that he was injured. However, she soon understood something, and her face was filled with admiration. However, she was still unconvinced. Bastard, one thought you were so great. So you're just looking for death. 1 foot 11 inches make you wish you were dead today. Yin Yujiao said in a cold voice. He pressed his hands in the air, and the space trembled. A strange aura appeared in the air. A cruel expression appeared on his face, and the smile on his lips was extremely strange. Not good, the famous skill of the Flame Jade Flood Dragon, the tendon-splitting technique. This is used against martial artists with lower cultivation levels. Those with lower cultivation levels will suffer a fate worse than death. He's finished this time. Several experts recognized Yin Yujiao's attack, and their expressions changed drastically. This skill was useless against experts of the same level, but it was effective against low-level martial artists. Space and air were constantly torn apart, and streams of sharp force were constantly distorted. Soon after, a black hole appeared out of nowhere in the air. The black hole was headed straight for where Li Lingtian was standing. Umph! Li Lingtian snorted coldly as he circulated his true essence to the maximum. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the space banner appeared in his hand. However, at this moment, the black hole directly bombarded him, and his entire person disappeared into the black hole. Yin Yujiao, Yin Wudi, and the rest were overjoyed to see the black hole envelop Li Lingtian. They did not expect the young man to be captured so easily. Haha, so that's all. Yin Yujiao laughed loudly. He grabbed with one hand, and the black hole spun towards him. This black hole was created by him, so he could naturally control it at will. All the warriors shook their heads. They had thought that this battle would be earth-shattering, but they did not expect it to end like this. The divine pill dispensary was also over. Li Lingtian was living a life worse than death. Even Qing Yun and Qing Ling, who were standing far away, were shocked to death. They never thought that their young master would be destroyed by the Yin family, just like that. Other than formations, he doesn't have any other abilities. It's making Moonrise City crazy. It's time to end it. Moonrise City will be peaceful again. Many of them looked angry. The Divine Pill Pavilion had easily eliminated a 9th-level martial emperor some time ago, which shocked soliciting Moon City. Now, it seemed that it was only a formation that was powerful. He did not have any true strength. However, just as some people thought that the battle had ended, a miserable cry appeared in the sky. The scream attracted the attention of all the warriors. They thought that Li Lingtian was being tortured and wanted to see how powerful the tendon-splitting technique was. However, when all the martial artists saw the situation in the sky, they were all stunned. Yin Yujiao reached into the black hole in an attempt to pull Li Lingtian out. However, at that moment, a destructive attack was launched. One of his arms was also chopped off in a strange manner. The intense pain brought by his arm almost blurred his consciousness. At this moment, the destructive attack descended from the sky. It was in a completely different direction from the black hole. Heaven-flipping seal, if you don't die, then you'll be considered powerful. The cold voice had a hint of smile in it. Who else could it be but Li Lingtian, who had been sucked into the black hole? A destructive attack came crashing down from behind Yin Yujiao. 100-meter-wide palm print struck Yin Yujiao's body. There was no defense or defense. I'm unwilling to accept this. How did you escape the attack of the tendon-splitting technique? Aren't you injured? Seeing the destructive attack descend, he did not even have the slightest bit of consciousness to resist in front of this destructive attack. However, he was unwilling. He wanted to know how this young man had escaped his attack. He was clearly injured, but now it seemed like he was completely injured. Do you want to know? But I won't tell you. I'll tell you after you die. Boom! Boom! As Li Lingtian spoke coldly, the sky-turning palm's palm print had already struck the flame jade flood dragon. With an earth-shattering explosion, the heaven-flipping seal hit the flame jade flood dragon's body, and then his body exploded. Third brother. Yin Wudi and the other two did not expect such a turn of events. They were stunned for a moment. By the time they reacted, the destructive power had already arrived on Yin Yujiao's body. They were too far away, and it was difficult to put out the fire nearby. They could only watch as the flame jade flood dragon turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 265. Chapter 265. Great Brahma Finger. Chapter 265. Great Brahma Finger. From a moment Yin Yujiao attacked Li Lingtian to Li Lingtian's injury, and now Yin Yujiao's death, the entire process seemed to take a long time, but it took less than 10 seconds. The flame jade flood dragon was killed in an instant. When all the martial artists saw this strange scene in the sky, they all thought that it was an illusion. However, when they saw the appearance of Yin Wudi and his brothers, this was no longer an illusion, but reality. The 9th-level martial emperor flame jade flood dragon had fallen. The super expert, Yin Yujiao, who was known as one of the top 10 super experts of the Yin family, was easily killed just like that. The experts watching near the Divine Pill Pavilion were in an uproar. This kind of counterattack, this strange situation made them feel uncomfortable. In 2 months, the first martial emperor of the Yin family was killed with a wave of his hand. 3 rank 5 martial emperors were also killed in one hit. Even Yin Qing, who was a 9th-level martial emperor, was destroyed by his own attack. All of this was caused by a young man. It seemed that this young man had no cultivation at all, but the result was that the other party was instantly killed. One understand now. So, he has been scheming against the 4 experts of the Yin clan all this while. He's trying to goad them into disarming their combined might. Then, he will pretend to be injured to lower their guard and kill them in the final blow. That's right. So he had everything under his control and deceived everyone. What a terrifying mind. His strength is not enough to kill a rank 9 martial emperor in an instant. Even a martial honor can't kill a rank 9 martial emperor in an instant. However, he did it because he successfully launched a sneak attack when Yin Yujiao was caught off guard. That's right. A martial emperor who isn't prepared is no different from an ordinary person. It's normal for him to be killed in one strike. However, it's impossible for the 4 of them to join forces. However, It's also impossible for them to escape from three martial emperors. In an instant, countless experts who were secretly watching the battle saw through the situation. They instantly felt their hearts tremble. In front of this young man, if they sold him out, they would have to count their money for him. Li Ling Tian, I'm going to tear you into pieces today and burn your bones into ashes. Yin Wudi was furious. He had never thought that the four of them would be together for hundreds of years. Now, one of them was missing. He had harmed his brother right under his nose. Yin Luoyun and Yin Fengyue also had pained expressions. Although there was no relationship between the martial artists of the divine martial continent, the four of them had been together since they were young. This kind of relationship was indescribable. How could they not be angry when their brothers were killed? The three martial emperors circulated their true essence to the limit. One told you four to join forces, but you didn't listen. Do you think I'm easy to provoke? CKU. I'll beat you three bastards to death. Li Ling Tian circulated his entire body's true essence. He did not seem to be injured at all. He said loudly to the three martial emperors. Instantly, countless martial artists were shocked. They had started a scheme, but now they were facing it head-on. It was a huge contrast. This person was not simple and could not be easily provoked. Buddy, come out. With that, he extended his hand and opened the divine dragon ring. The space trembled and a huge silver dragon floated in the air. A month ago, the quality of the heavenly monster pill had been upgraded to advanced grade 5. Furthermore, Li Ling Tian had spent a day refining the advanced grade 5 heavenly monster pill into a peerless grade with his own blood essence and rare ingredients. Although there were only 3, it was enough for the silver-winged flying dragon to break through. As expected, the silver-winged flying dragon did not disappoint him. With 3 top-grade 5th grade heavenly Yao cores, the silver-winged flying dragon had advanced from level 9 to level 9. A level 5, level 9 silver-winged flying dragon was equivalent to a level 9 martial emperor. However, the silver-winged flying dragon's demonic power and the true dragon's blood little white gave it had mutated it. Now its strength had definitely reached the peak of rank 9 martial emperor. Silver-winged flying dragon. Level 5, level 9 silver-winged flying dragon. What a terrifying pressure. That's not right. This silver-winged flying dragon has mutated. Its strength is equivalent to a peak rank 9 martial emperor. It's the king of the sky. Even a first heaven martial honored expert might not be able to kill it. One didn't expect him to have such a powerful demonic beast. No wonder he has such guts. Even if we can't beat them, we can still escape. In the air, a martial emperor is no match for a silver-winged flying dragon. In terms of speed, no one is a match for a silver-winged flying dragon. All the martial artists were stunned. A level 5 silver-winged flying dragon had actually appeared. It was impossible to subdue such a powerful demonic beast, let alone make it a combat partner. Level 5, level 9 silver-winged flying dragon. Don't tell me you want to defeat the 3 of us? Dream on. Big brother, you guys kill the silver-winged flying dragon. Leave this bastard to me. I want to kill him myself. Yin Fengyue said coldly. He felt the most uncomfortable because he had the best relationship with Yin Yujiao. Moreover, the silver-winged flying dragon was extremely powerful. It would take 2 people to kill the silver-winged flying dragon. As long as he was careful, he could kill the enemy in front of him. All right, be careful. Yin Wudi nodded and said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yin Luoyun beside him and turned into a shadow as he smashed towards the silver-winged flying dragon. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the silver-winged flying dragon and the 2 9th-level martial royal realm experts fought. The space trembled when experts of such levels fought. Heaven-flipping seal. Li Ling Tian did not hesitate at all. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the thunderclap wings appeared on his shoulder. With a strange flash, he disappeared. A destructive attack landed where he had been standing. He also looked at Yin Fengyue from afar. This Yin Fengyue's speed was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, he had used the thunderclap wings to teleport. When he first killed the flame jade flood dragon, he also used the thunderclap wings and the spatial banner to strangely avoid everyone's sight. Only then did he easily kill the flame jade flood dragon. When his body stopped, the heaven-flipping seal had already been used. A destructive and powerful palm print pressed down on Yin Fengyue in the air. Great Brahma finger break. Seeing that it was the heaven-flipping seal again, this heaven-flipping seal was the attack that killed his brother. Yin Fengyue was furious in his heart, but he was indeed shocked. This heaven-up CI looked like an Earth-grade skill, but its power far exceeded the power of an Earth-grade skill. Moreover, it carried the mysterious truth of heaven and earth. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless and used his trump card, the Great Brahma Finger. A huge finger shadow in the air, carrying a destructive and ancient aura, shot towards the sky-turning seal like a pillar of light. Tisk! With a soft sound, the sky-turning palm was broken and the destructive finger shadow pressed forward toward Li Lingtian. The destructive force pierced through the space, causing all the powerhouses' hearts to tremble. Although the finger was aimed at Li Lingtian, it felt like it was attacking their hearts. Ice and fire ring. True dragon body protection. Shifting flowers to trees. Li Lingtian was truly shocked when he saw his sky-turning palm being dispelled. This was the first time he had seen someone dispel his sky-turning palm so easily. If it was in the past, he would have let it go. However, during this period of time, he had broken through from the 4th level of the martial arts grandmaster to the 5th level. Moreover, the heaven-up CEI had also been cultivated from the extreme to the transcendent state. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even the thunderclap wings would not be able to escape from being locked onto by this kind of finger shadow. Moreover, he had already consumed a lot of energy. If he continued to size up the energy, he would definitely be finished. The ice and fire ring and the true dragon body barrier were used. With a move of his divine sense, his 10 fingers flicked like butterflies. In front of him, mysterious spells appeared one after another. At the same time, the finger shadow of the Great Brahma Finger had already struck in front of him. The ring of ice and fire returned to its original form, and the light shield protecting the true dragon's body trembled violently. At this moment, seeing that the light shield was about to be broken, Yin Fengyue's face revealed an excited smile. He had finally avenged his brother. However, before he could be happy, his expression changed drastically. All the powerhouses who were watching the battle were surprised as the finger shadow of the Great Brahma Finger changed its direction in front of Li Lingtian. Following Li Lingtian's guidance, the destructive finger shadow flew into the distance. Its target Yin Luoyun, who was attacking the silver-winged flying dragon. Second brother, be careful. Yin Fengyue cried out in shock. When he saw that his attack was actually aimed at his second brother, he was extremely shocked. By the time he shouted, it was already too late. Yin Luoyun also noticed a destructive threat shooting towards him, but he never expected it to be his brother's attack. He moved his body forcefully, trying to avoid the destructive threat behind him. However, he was still a little slow. His arm was destroyed, and his body dodged to the side. At this moment, the silver-winged flying dragon's huge wings flapped down fiercely, and the unprepared Yin Luoyun was directly slapped down. It's time to end you. 11. Ice Fire. 9 Heavens, Second Heaven Destruction. Li Lingtian's expression turned serious. He had unintentionally helped the silver-winged flying dragon, so he believed that it would not be in any danger. Now is the time to deal with this, Yin Fengyue. His body floated in the air, his thunderclap wings flapped slightly, and he looked mysterious and elegant. He slowly raised his hands, causing the space to tremble. A destructive flame appeared. At the same time, a glacier that could freeze the world appeared in front of all the warriors. The aura of the space was strangely oppressive, making countless martial artists feel depressed and uncomfortable. The aura of death and the aura of destruction appeared in the same space. The space immediately became even more strange. Grotto Heaven Mirror, Sacrifice. Yin Fengyue felt the aura in the air and was extremely shocked. Yin Wudi and the injured Yin Luoyun were also shocked. However, they were suppressed by the silver-winged flying dragon and could not be separated at all. All the experts also left far away, lest they suffer the disaster of the fish pond. An ancient bronze mirror appeared in Yin Fengyue's hand. After that, he executed a series of spells. When the last spell landed on the bronze mirror was completely destroyed. A ray of destructive light descended from the sky. The light was like the divine might of an ancient mighty figure. Li Lingtian's heart trembled when he realized this. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand such a divine radiance. In the blink of an eye, the divine might beam blasted toward Li Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, it was 100 meters away from Li Lingtian. Chapter 266. Chapter 266. Life and Death 1. Chapter 266. Life and Death 1. Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically in front of the light of divine might. He didn't expect this paradise mirror to have such shocking power. The paradise mirror didn't have any power. It was just a catalyst to attract the divine light. Now, there was no room for regret. The ice fire, 9 heavens had already been used, and it was impossible to take it back. With a flick of his consciousness, the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared in front of him. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the divine light fiercely bombarded the light pillar of ice, fire, and 9 heavens. The light pillar trembled for a while and finally turned into air. At the same time, the light of divine might blasted toward Li Lingtian again. In the air, the light of divine might struck Li Lingtian, and he vanished. The light of divine might slammed into the ground, and Li Lingtian was nowhere to be seen. The ground shook with a destructive force, and the entire soliciting moon city shook as well. Moonrise City had existed since ancient times. It had been built using a mysterious formation. The entire city was complete and could not be shaken. Unless a super mighty figure destroyed the entire city, no matter how powerful the attack was, it would not be able to destroy the buildings here. In the air, the silver-winged flying dragon and Yin Wudi and Yin Luoyun were still fighting. Yin Fengyue floated in the air with blood on the corner of his mouth and a pale expression on his face. He had also paid a heavy price for using the paradise mirror. His cultivation had fallen, his meridians had been injured, and his true essence was almost exhausted. Is it over? He died just like that. Even a 9th-level martial emperor would be killed in one strike by the light of divine might, let alone him. But his skill is so powerful that he can block the light of divine might for a while. What a pity. He was killed just like that. If he's a rank 9 martial emperor, the light of divine might won't be able to do anything to him. Countless experts began to discuss when they saw the battle between Yin Fengyue and the other's end. There is no longer any trace of Li Lingtian's aura on the ground or in the air, let alone his figure. Young master. Qingling's body trembled, and tears rolled down her face. Seeing young master being destroyed with his own eyes, his heart ached. Qin Yin was also extremely uncomfortable. Young master had helped him, but now he was harmed. Fourth brother, take a rest. The two of us are enough here. Yin Wudi was overjoyed to see Li Lingtian killed. However, the price his brother had to pay for his fallen cultivation state was too great. All right, this bastard caused my realm to drop. If he doesn't die, I'll make him wish he was dead. Yin Fengyue said fiercely. His cultivation level had fallen. Paying such a price was indeed too bleak. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial emperor realm and was only one step away from becoming a martial honor. However, he was only at the 8th level of the martial emperor realm now. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he wanted to enter the 9th level of the martial emperor realm again. He could forget about becoming a martial honor in this lifetime. A fate worse than death. Yin Yujiao, That trash also said the same thing. You still don't remember. Sword howl, heaven and earth. A cold voice rang out in the air. At the same time, a strange fluctuation appeared in the air, and a young man floated in the air. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. A pill cauldron floated in front of him, and a crystal-clear sword was in his hand. The long sword emitted a shocking pressure, and the space trembled. Saint Artifact! Saint Artifact! It's actually a Saint Artifact. He actually didn't die. How did he dodge the attack of the light of divine might? I clearly saw him being destroyed by the light of divine might. Why isn't he dead yet? I didn't expect to have a Saint Artifact. Countless experts were shocked. Surviving under the light of divine might and using a Saint Artifact. The might of a Saint Artifact was not inferior to the light of divine might in the slightest. Moreover, this was only the might of a Saint Artifact. If it were to be unleashed, its might would definitely be earth-shattering. Why didn't you die? Yin Fengyue was also shocked, looking at the young man in the sky. This young man was actually an unkillable cockroach. In the air, sword intent raged. Li Lingtian stood proudly like a sharp sword between heaven and earth as his gaze turned serious. When the light of divine might struck earlier, the ice fire, 9 heavens had blocked it for a moment. It was this resistance that gave him some time. The heaven and earth creation cauldron was fully unleashed. Although the cauldron could not completely block the divine light, it was enough to give him time. He used the spatial banner and disappeared into the air. Even so, it had almost destroyed him. Now that his true essence had been exhausted, his injuries were extremely serious. After calming down in the air for a moment, when Yin Fengyue let down her guard, the Tianyu sword was unleashed. If I die, I won't be able to do as you wish. As he spoke, the sword intent of the Tianyu sword had already reached its limit. The sword howl heaven and earth was also displayed, and a destructive sword intent appeared in the air. A sword light flashed past at an extremely fast speed. Even a martial royal realm expert's eyes could not keep up with the speed of the sword light. Crash! Tisk! In the air, the sword light directly tore through the space. With a slight sound, Yin Fengyue did not resist at all, nor did he move at all. As the sword radiance vanished, Li Lingtian's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. All the warriors quieted down and watched in confusion as the sword light disappeared in the air. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. The shocking pressure and destructive sword light emitted by the Saint Artifact had actually disappeared just like that, while Yin Fengyue was still floating in the air. Just as all the warriors were puzzled, the quiet and calm Yin Fengyue revealed a look of fear. Her eyes were also puzzled, but gradually turned into despair. A miserable cry rang out, and it resounded throughout the world. Countless destructive sword lights erupted from Yin Fengyue's body, and then his body was twisted into countless pieces. It turned out that when the sword light of the sword howl heaven and earth entered his body, the domineeringness of the Tianyu sword could kill people without the other party feeling a trace of it, nor was there a trace of blood. However, the sword light instantly destroyed Yin Fengyue's body. If it was destroyed from within, even a god would not be able to survive. Li Lingtian spat out another mouthful of blood. There was no more vital essence left in his body. He threw a pill into his mouth, and the true essence in his body instantly recovered to its peak. Countless low-level martial artists exclaimed in shock when they saw the situation in the sky. This situation was beyond their imagination. Not to mention them, even a martial royal realm expert's expressions changed drastically. The reversal of events was unexpected. Under the attack of the Saint Weapon, the martial monarch powerhouse was also destroyed in the blink of an eye. The terrifying speed and power of this sword light was simply the nemesis of martial emperors. They could not imagine what kind of defense this world had that could withstand this destructive sword light. Fourth brother, Yin Wudi and Yin Luoyun could no longer care about the silver-winged flying dragon's attack. They shouted loudly, their faces filled with grief. The four brothers had been together for hundreds of years, and now two of them had fallen. Roar! The silver-winged flying dragon roared and quickly caught up. Even if I have to destroy you, I will kill you. Yin Wudi roared as he rushed over. The true essence in his entire body reversed, and the air trembled. He was fighting with all his might. Yin Luoyun did the same. He used a destructive, forbidden technique. The two of them tore through space, one in front and one behind. Azura Hell. A terrifying hellish world appeared. Tens of thousands of destructive forces gathered together and tore through the space as they hurtled toward Li Lingtian. Burn my life force and destroy everything. Yin Luoyun's body started to burn rapidly. His blood essence and true essence continued to disappear, but the power of heaven and earth condensed together. In the blink of an eye, two destructive forces were hurtling toward Li Lingtian. All the martial artists were stunned. They did not expect that two peak ninth-level martial emperors would commit suicide. It was obvious that they had gone crazy. Two of his brothers had already been killed. If he didn't use Destruction Strike now, all four of them might be killed, let alone avenge his brother. What shocked countless experts even more was the destructive power in the air. This power had already exceeded the scope of a martial emperor. Even a first-level martial honored realm expert could only escape. Dragon Chi of the 3,000 worlds. Flaming sacred body. Ice soul martial soul. Ice river cracks. Frost descend from the sky. Spatial imprisonment. True dragon body protection. Power of the flying dragon. When Li Lingtian saw the arrival of the two destructive forces, he was horrified to death. He had never seen such destructive forces before, and it was also his first time encountering such danger. He waved his hands continuously, casting several terrifying defenses in succession. At the same time, he forcefully used his divine consciousness to pull out the freezing meteorite from the divine dragon ring. Although the freezing meteor did not have much offensive or defensive power, it was not something that a martial royal realm expert could shake. However, it was also extremely difficult for him to take it out. In his eyes, two destructive forces quickly devoured him, and the glacier that he had cast instantly disappeared. The spatial imprisonment was also torn apart, and the two wyverns protecting the true dragon's body were also destroyed. The world of flames quickly collapsed. Only the dragon energy of the 3,000 worlds resisted the two destructive forces. However, the dragon energy had not been refined and could not be controlled. In the blink of an eye, the shocking destructive power tore apart the light shield protecting the true dragon. Seeing that they were about to fall, all the martial artists were stunned by everything in the air. At this moment, a pitch-black object with a radius of 100 meters appeared in the air. This pitch-black object gave off an unshakable feeling. Rumble, rumble. The two devastating forces finally struck, but they did not hit Li Lingtian. Instead, they hit the pitch-black object in front of Li Lingtian. At the critical moment, the black object blocked Li Lingtian's path. Walla walla. The space was constantly torn apart, and the astral winds continued to wreak havoc. Alta! The two of them screamed. Yin Wudi and Yin Luoyun screamed. The objects that their destructive power hit were like hitting a steel plate. All the power disappeared. Chapter 267. Chapter 267. Three Supreme Martial Artists. Chapter 267. Three Supreme Martial Artists. He didn't know what this pitch-black object was, but it carried a shocking chill. Even his burning life force was devoured. Suppress everything. In his panic, a faint voice sounded. Li Lingtian's eyes were bleeding and his face was filled with agony. It was obvious that he had forcefully used his divine consciousness. Not good, he's destroying the divine sense. No, it's forcefully circulating his divine sense. It seems like he can't control this black thing. How terrifying. Shoo. Countless super experts could see it and were incomparably shocked. This battle had already exceeded their imaginations. Any one of the 4 ninth-level martial emperors could kill them. Even a supreme realm expert could only run for his life when he used the destructive power. However, this young man had blocked it. Moreover, 2 martial emperors were killed one after another. All of this was not something they dared to imagine. Just as they had said, Li Lingtian forcefully channeled his divine consciousness and mobilized the freezing meteor. Only the freezing meteor could crush 2 Tier 9 martial royal realm powerhouses at the same time. Rumble. The black object within a radius of 100 meters quickly turned around. Yin Wudi and Yin Luoyun were extremely shocked. They could only use their last bit of life force to block and destroy the object in front of them. However, the black object was too huge and could not be shaken at all. They could only watch helplessly as the black object, with a radius of 100 meters, pressed down on them. On the ground, there was a shocking explosion. The buildings that were known to be indestructible were completely reduced to ashes in the face of this black object. Everything within 100 meters was mercilessly crushed without any resistance. In front of this black object, it was like a giant rock weighing billions of pounds crushing an ant. It gave people an unstoppable feeling, as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Countless places in soliciting Moon City exploded, and some of the formation cores suffered backlash. As if they had encountered a destructive attack, countless super experts guarding the array cores spat out a mouthful of blood. The core of the formation was the most confidential place of a city, and it was also an important place to stabilize the city. For a city like Moonrise City, not even a martial honor could shake it, let alone a martial emperor. However, it had been destroyed by a black object. The dozen or so super experts guarding the array core were extremely shocked. For tens of thousands of years, Moonrise City had never suffered such a destructive blow. Destruction. Everything was destroyed. The 2 9th-level martial emperors were utterly destroyed. Not even a speck of dust was left. Yes, when Li Lingtian saw the power, he was shocked. No one knew what the black object was. Only he understood that this freezing sky meteor was 100 meters in size and weighed billions of kilograms. Not to mention a warrior, even a martial god or a true god would be crushed to death. Forcefully circulating his consciousness again, he opened the divine dragon ring and kept the freezing meteorite and the other treasures. The silver-winged flying dragon came to Li Lingtian's side, and he sat on its back weakly. All the experts were shocked awake. They were all shocked when they saw everything that was destroyed. Words could no longer describe the fear in his heart. Qing Yun and Qing Ling were elated to see that Li Lingtian was not dead and had even killed a Tier 9 martial emperor. However, they dare not go out now lest they cause trouble for their young master. I said that the divine pill pavilion doesn't cause trouble, but they're not afraid of trouble either. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Li Lingtian gently wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth as the pained expression on his face intensified. After continuously using all kinds of skills, his true essence was almost exhausted. After continuously using several terrifying defenses, he even mobilized some of the dragon chi of the 3,000 worlds. No one knew how terrifying the backlash was. The current him was practically a cripple, and his divine sense was also damaged. Let's go. Li Lingtian said softly as the silver-winged flying dragon turned around and flew toward the cave abode. However, at this moment, the world strangely stopped. In the distant void, a light shadow disregarded the distance between them and came slashing down at Li Lingtian. In front of this light figure, there was only death and destruction. Countless experts were terrified. This was because this light figure looked light, but its power was definitely several times stronger than Yanwudi and the other two. Supreme Realm Expert. A Supreme Realm Expert is here. It's the Yin family's revered martial artist. We're finished. Run quickly. Run, your mother. The space is frozen. How can you escape like this? All the martial artists discovered the situation in the space. The arrival of a supreme realm expert and the destructive attack enveloped everyone. It was obvious that he wanted to kill everyone here. Li Lingtian's face was ashen as well. He was the only one who understood the power of a martial honor. Dark Knight was a revered martial artist, and his strength was earth-shattering. In the Battle of Demonic Mountain, it was only a clone of Wu Zun, but it almost took his little life. Now that a true supreme realm expert had arrived, he could only wait for death in his current situation. If he was not injured, he could still struggle for a while. However, now, let alone a martial honor, a martial emperor could easily kill him. The light shadow ignored space and arrived hundreds of miles above Li Lingtian in a flash. In front of this destructive light shadow, all the martial artists did not have the slightest sense of resistance. This time, it's over. Li Lingtian looked calmly at the light projection in the sky with a bitter smile on his lips. He slowly closed his eyes and waited for the destructive light shadow to kill him. In the face of such destructive power, it was useless for him to struggle. Clang! At this moment, a beautiful zither sound rang out in the air. At the same time, a faint sound appeared. The air became quiet again, and the spatial shackles disappeared. All the warriors were puzzled. Could it be an illusion? Under such a destructive attack, everyone present would be destroyed, but now there was no feeling of destruction at all. Li Lingtian was puzzled as well. He slowly opened his eyes. Where was the light and shadow in the sky? Yin Qingshan, let this matter pass. An ethereal voice sounded. The voice was extremely beautiful, like the sound of nature, giving people the illusion of entering a fairyland. However, this voice carried supreme dignity, making people not dare to underestimate or offend him in the slightest. Ha ha ha, you killed a few super geniuses of my Yin family. Are you going to let it go just like that? Today he must die. A loud voice sounded. A light spot floated in the air 1,000 miles away. It was too far away, so only a small light spot could be seen. The spot of light grew bigger and bigger. In an instant, it had already arrived in the sky 100 miles away from the Divine Pill Pavilion. A green-robed elder's face was filled with rage. His entire body emitted a terrifying pressure, as if a god had descended upon the world. I will protect him today. If your Yin family is not afraid of destruction, feel free to attack. It was another tyrannical voice. The voice was tyrannical, and there was no room for resistance at all. An old man in gray floated in the air strangely, his face expressionless. It's strange. A trash disciple actually made the Wind Moon Palace and the Queen's Palace appear at the same time. Are the Wind Moon Palace and the Queen's Palace so unreasonable? Yin Qingshan was shocked. His attack was actually blocked by two true essence at the same time. Upon seeing this gray-robed elder, he immediately recognized him. This was Qing Mingho, the outer sect elder of the Wind Moon Palace in the Azure Continent. He was a second-level Supreme Realm expert. He was not afraid of the second level of the Supreme Realm. However, the Wind Moon Palace was behind him. They represented the Wind Moon Palace. Although the other person did not appear, only the Queen's Palace could cultivate such a cultivation technique. It was the Queen's Palace's heavenly sound. Whether he is trash or not, Yin Qingshan, you should know in your heart. He is not someone you can provoke. A flying ship appeared in the sky, and a woman in light clothes stood on it. The woman's clothes were light and elegant, and her head was covered by a veil, so her true appearance could not be seen. A zither floated in front of them. The zither emitted a faint spiritual energy and seemed to have no killing intent. All the warriors knew that as long as this woman moved her finger, she would launch today's destructive attack. Who is he? He actually asked the Wind Moon Palace and the Queen's Palace to protect him at the same time. From the looks of it, the two of them have been protecting him here. That's right. Otherwise, how could he have so coincidentally blocked the attack of a Wu Zun? It's getting harder and harder to see through his identity. Countless warriors looked at Li Lingtian in confusion and shock. It was unheard of for two of the three superpowers of the Azure Continent to protect him at the same time. Humph. Do you think that the two of you can stop our Yin family from killing him? Yin Qingshan said coldly. The Wind Moon Palace, the Queen's Palace, and any other power were not people he could afford to provoke. However, it was definitely impossible to let this matter go just like that. Even if the three of them managed to cultivate that move, they would still be no match for the 10 great clans of the Azure Continent, let alone the three super forces. Kiki, you could try and see what this is. Can this queen kill the three of you? The veiled woman giggled. Her voice was like a silver bell, like the sound of nature, causing countless martial artists to be immersed in it. After saying that, an exquisite jade box appeared in front of him. An exquisite and charming zither floated in the jade box. Although this zither was not as big as the one below, it emitted a mysterious aura. All birds pay homage to the phoenix, the divine phoenix zither. When Yin Qingshan saw the zither on the jade box, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. The divine phoenix zither, one of the three great saint weapons of the Queen's Palace, could be played to summon all the beasts in the world. More importantly, it could summon the clone of the divine phoenix from the upper realm. The power of the divine phoenix avatar could even wipe out a martial emperor or a martial saint, let alone a martial supreme. Fairy spirit phoenix, I didn't expect you to actually control the divine phoenix. Zither, I thought I was the only one who controlled the saint artifact. The gray-robed elder smiled and extended his hand. A huge axe appeared in front of him. The axe contained destructive power and gave off a feeling of death. Acts of astonishment, Lord Yuanlong, it seems that Prince Wind Spirit treats you well. Fairy Spirit Phoenix was also stunned when she saw the axe of astonishing gods, and she immediately laughed. Li Lingtian sat on the silver-winged flying dragon and looked at the three supreme realm powerhouses in the sky. He closed his eyes slightly and began to heal his injuries, completely ignoring the three supreme realm powerhouses. At this point, he could only do his own thing. Instead of worrying, he might as well relax a little. All the powerhouses below were speechless. Three martial honors were confronting each other while Li Lingtian was healing himself. Seeing the experts of the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace brandish their saint weapons, they were all shocked beyond words. Chapter 268 Chapter 268 Battle Invitation Chapter 268 Battle Invitation Countless martial artists felt endless pressure in front of the three supreme realm experts. However, they did not dare to breathe loudly. If the three revered martial artists were unhappy, they would casually give you a blow and you would be finished. Yin Qingshan's expression kept changing. He was shocked when he found out that his family's most powerful martial emperor's bead of life was broken. A 9th-level martial emperor was the core strength of a family. One less would have a huge impact on the family's power. The three of them didn't care much about the first bead of life breaking, but the last one was broken. 2 of his heavenly jewels had been broken in a row. He knew what kind of destructive disaster had befallen his family. He had no choice but to stop cultivating. The moment he came out, the other 2 beads of life were also broken, and the 4-level 9 martial royal realm beads of life were also broken. When he came out, he had a bad feeling when he saw the martial royal from his clan going out to wipe out the divine pill pavilion. That was why he unleashed the supreme realm's 1,000 miles in an instant to kill Li Lingtian. However, 2 supreme realm experts had appeared and blocked his attack. It was obvious that it was impossible to kill this young man now. What shocked him was that this young man actually made the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace come to his rescue at the same time. When he saw the divine phoenix zither and the axe of astonishment, he felt that things were troublesome. With these 2 saint artifacts, even the 3 of them would only die. I have always convinced people with reason. Your Yin family was unreasonable first. Do you want to blame others? Let me ask you, Yin clan. What not come out all these years? Could it be that you have ignored me? Ignoring the queen's palace? Your Yin family is really bold. Today, I will wipe out your Yin family. Do you believe me? Fairy Spirit Phoenix coldly spoke. The queen's palace was the god of the Azure continent, the ruler of the Azure continent. All these years, the queen's palace had rarely made a move. She never thought that a mere Yin family would dare to bargain in front of her. After she finished speaking, she extended her jade-like finger and pointed a spell on the divine phoenix zither. A crisp and melodious sound rang out. All the warriors were stunned. This was the first time they had heard the queen's palace use reason to convince people. The queen's palace was extremely powerful and had never been reasonable. Now, they were saying that they had always convinced people with reason. The Windy Moon Palace has always won people over by virtue, but you've offended someone you shouldn't have. If His Highness was here, your Yin family and Moonrise City would have been long gone. When Lord Yuanlong saw that Fairy Spirit Phoenix was about to make a move, he also acted as if he was about to make a move. The god-stunning axe trembled, and a destructive light shadow emitted from space. The two of you can talk things out. The disciples of the Yin family are a mess. Some of them offended him, but he killed 5 9th-level martial emperors of the Yin family. Are we going to let this go just like that? When Yin Qingshan saw the situation between the two of them, he felt like vomiting blood in his heart. One of them was extremely powerful, but he said that he was convincing people with reason. One of them was domineering and said that he convinced people with virtue. What kind of person was this? How could he say such words? However, the Yin family was weak and could not afford to offend the two super forces. Not to mention the two super forces, even if the Yin family was powerful, they were not a match for the two people in front of them. Any one of them could easily wipe out the Yin family. Slow down. Li Lingtian, who had been silent all this while, spoke calmly. Almost all the warriors ignored him in front of the revered martial artists. However, now that he had spoken, all the martial artists were incomparably surprised. He actually dared to be so rude in front of 3 martial honors. Wasn't he courting death? I don't need you to care about my matters. Isn't the Yin family very domineering? 3 months later, I will raise the Yin family to the ground. Li Lingtian said coldly. His eyes were filled with coldness. Wherever his gaze passed, all the warriors felt their hearts tremble. He was shocked as well. He cursed Li Lingtian for being reckless. It was such a good opportunity to let the Wind Moon Palace and the Queen's Palace wipe out the Yin clan. He would then have nothing to worry about. But now, he had to deal with it himself. 3 months, it would be very difficult for him to recover from his injuries in 3 months. How is it going to wipe out the Yin family? The Yin family had 3 Supreme Realm experts, which was why the 10 families of Soliciting Moon City were afraid. Damn it, Yin Qingshan cursed in his heart. He was actually insulted by a trash martial artist. Fairy Spirit Phoenix and Lord Yuanlong were also puzzled, and anger appeared in their eyes. He was a martial honor, but he was actually interrupted by a low-level martial artist. If it were anyone else, they would have long wiped it off. However, the young man in front of him could not be touched. Not only could he not be touched, but he also had to be protected. At the same time, they were shocked. What was this young man so confident about? He actually said that he would wipe out the Yin family in 3 months. All right, I'll let you off first. If anyone from the Yin family comes within 100 miles of him within these 3 months, I'll wipe out the Yin family. Yuanlong pondered for a moment before speaking in a cold voice. He looked at Li Lingtian. He could not tell the youth's cultivation base and wondered what kind of mystical cultivation technique he had cultivated. However, based on his secret observations, he was definitely only at the martial arts grandmaster realm. He did not expect that a martial arts grandmaster could actually kill 4 rank 9 martial emperors. His various methods were also extremely shocking. More importantly, this young man had a saint artifact in his hands, and it was a top-notch saint artifact. Ben Gong promised her that one would save you once. This time, you didn't seize the opportunity. However, I'll be in Moonrise City for the next 3 months. Once the matter between you and the Yin family is settled, I won't bother with your affairs anymore. Fairy Spirit Phoenix looked at Li Lingtian. She was curious about this young man as well. She wondered why the little princess would fall for this young man. Just you wait. 3 months later, I will definitely wipe out your Yin family. Li Lingtian turned around and stared coldly at Yin Qingshan, who was floating in the air. Was a martial honor that impressive? After saying that, he nodded at Fairy Spirit Phoenix and Lord Yuan Long, and the silver-winged flying dragon quickly flew into the distance. In the air, the atmosphere became calm after Li Lingtian's departure. Yin Qingshan's body disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Fairy Spirit Phoenix and Lord Yuan Long also disappeared without a trace. In Moonrise City, the area within 100 meters of the Divine Pill Pavilion was destroyed. All the buildings were reduced to ashes and leveled to the ground. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, for peak 9th level martial emperors had fallen at the hands of a young man. In the end, the 3 martial honors, the Wind Moon Palace, and the Queen's Palace's experts appeared, making things extremely strange. Li Lingtian of the Divine Pill Pavilion was the name that appeared before the Grand Supreme Elders of the top 10 families. That was because this young man did not seem to have any cultivation, but his strength was extremely terrifying. 4 9th-level martial emperors of the Yin family had been killed, and even a martial honor had appeared. With the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace of the 3 superpowers stepping forward, the originally simple matter had now become complicated. When Li Lingtian returned to the cave abode, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell onto the silver-winged flying dragon. Qingling was overjoyed to see Li Lingtian return. However, she felt a sharp pain in her heart when she saw Li Lingtian's injuries. The siblings looked at the silver-winged flying dragon tentatively, but did not react at all. Qingling quickly walked forward and helped Li Lingtian down. Then, the restriction was opened, and the silver-winged flying dragon followed. "Brother, help young master into the training room. Young master needs to treat his injuries now." Qingling's small face revealed a trace of shrewdness. At this moment, she no longer looked like a little girl, but a decisive person. He couldn't be so wishy-washy at this time. Now that his young master was injured, he could only depend on himself. If he couldn't solve all of this, he wouldn't be worthy of being his young master's maid, let alone his woman. "All right." Qingyin nodded, and the two of them helped Li Lingtian into the practice room. After that, Qingyin left the cave dwelling. Now that the matters outside had to be dealt with, he could only leave this place to Qingling. In the practice room, Li Lingtian was barely breathing and his face was pale. This time, his injuries were extremely serious. He was on the verge of death after being attacked by 4 martial emperors. Fortunately, he managed to take out the freezing meteorite at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have been destroyed. Using the freezing sky meteor, he forcefully circulated his soul consciousness, causing his soul to tremble. "Go out first. Don't disturb me." Li Lingtian opened his eyes weakly as he spoke softly. He then activated his divine perception and tugged at his soul. It felt like his soul was being torn apart. The God Soul would appear in front of him. He did not expect this God Soul would to be used so quickly. "Yes." Qingling nodded. She did not dare to disturb Li Lingtian at this moment, because the only person who could save her now was Li Lingtian himself. After watching Qingling leave the practice room, Li Lingtian laboriously cast 2 small restrictions before calling Little White out. After doing everything, he felt as if he had died once again. His entire body was drenched and his face was pale. As the God Soul would hover in the air, Li Lingtian endured the pain in his soul and used his divine consciousness to sense the God Soul wood. He used the God Soul wood to stabilize his divine consciousness. Forcefully using spiritual awareness was a dangerous thing. If a warrior used his soul consciousness, the greatest danger was to encounter a powerful soul consciousness counterattack. In this case, the light would damage his soul consciousness, the serious would become an idiot, and even worse, his entire soul would disappear and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Li Lingtian's two souls combined together with the 9 Yang Saint Lord soul. The 3 souls combined together and finally achieved soul perfection. The souls of the 3 of them were only 1/3 of their original bodies, but this 1/3 was very complete. When Li Lingtian transmigrated, his soul fused and became 2 souls. Together with a wisp of the Saint Lord Zhuyang's soul, his soul was unmatched. Therefore, his consciousness was often stronger than martial artists of the same level. Even martial artists with much higher cultivation than him could not compare to him in terms of consciousness. Now that he had forcefully used his divine sense had been damaged. Fortunately, he had not become an idiot. The God Soul was emitting a mysterious aura that was constantly nourishing Li Lingtian's damaged divine consciousness and soul. As the days passed, Li Lingtian was repairing his divine consciousness in the practice room. However, the outside world was in chaos. There were discussions about the Divine Pill Pavilion and the Yin family. Chapter 269. Chapter 269. Continuous Breakthrough. Chapter 269. Continuous Breakthrough. The Divine Pill Pavilion's spirit alchemist Li Lingtian is from the Moonrise Ridge's Maple Leaf Manor. Besides, it seems that Prince Wind Spirit of the Wind Moon Palace is also his brother. The little princess of the Queen's Palace seems to be on very good terms with him. No wonder the Wind Moon Palace and the Queen's Palace acted at the same time to stop Wu Zun of the Yin clan. One didn't expect Sir Lingtian to be so powerful. He even killed 4 9th level martial monarchs from the Yin clan. That's right, the battle that night was earth-shattering, for martial monarchs were killed separately. In the end, the Yin family's martial honor who was cultivating in seclusion was lured out. The Yin family is powerful, but it's only in Moonrise City. Compared to the Wind Moon Palace and the Queen's Palace, it's like a giant dragon and an ant. However, isn't Sir Lingtian too bold? He actually doesn't need the help of the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace to wipe out the Yin family, and wants to deal with the Yin family himself. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in 3 months. We'll know when the time comes. The Yin family and the Divine Pill Pavilion will have a real war 3 months later. At that time, the Yin family will be finished. The Yin family is finished? No matter how powerful Sir Lingtian is, it's impossible for him to be a match for a Supreme Realm expert. What do you know? If Sir Lingtian dies, the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace will wipe out the Yin clan. Moonrise City was filled with discussions between the Divine Pill Pavilion and the Yin family, as well as the matters of the Wind Moon Palace and the Queen's Palace. The experts of the top 10 families didn't dare to make a move. Even the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace were involved. If a small family like theirs interfered, they would be courting death. In the City Lord's mansion, more than a dozen 9th-level martial emperors and a few Supreme Realm experts also felt that things were troublesome. Initially, they wanted to find trouble with the Divine Pill Pavilion, but the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace appeared behind the Divine Pill Pavilion. They did not dare to make a move. A portion of Moonrise City's array formation was destroyed by Li Lingtian's freezing meteorite. Countless array masters and powerhouses from the Castellan's mansion joined in the effort to repair the array formation. One didn't expect that one would actually come to Green Island. I'm really courting death. In a huge mountain range in the Azure continent, there were pavilions and palaces everywhere. In the deepest part of these pavilions, a devilish young man revealed a trace of hatred on his face. You will never be better than him. So what if you are from Dishy family? You can only rely on the halo of your family forever. In front of him, you will feel ashamed. In the depths of the pavilion, within the 18 levels of the God's Ceiling Pagoda, a peerless beauty spoke softly. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she looked at the devilish young man in the distance. Tang Qingwei, you will regret this. Even if one have to take your Taiyin blood, I'm still a martial honor. I'm the first person in the past 1,000 years in the Azure continent to become a martial honor before the age of 50. You actually dared to give the blood of extreme to a piece of trash. You will be forever imprisoned in the god ceiling pagoda. I will let you watch him die without a burial place in front of me. The bewitching man said coldly. His entire body was filled with a shocking pressure. His cultivation had actually reached the 3rd level of the supreme realm. You are ignorant. One believed that one day you won't be able to raise your head in front of him. You're just a piece of trash in front of him. The beautiful woman was Tang Ziming's sister, Tang Qinghua. She had been brought back to the Azure continent by Dishi family's powerful warriors, but now she was locked in the god ceiling tower. Days passed. Moonrise City was peaceful, but everyone could feel the oppressive aura of a storm. For a month, there was no news from Li Lingtian of the Divine Pill Pavilion. No one knew if Li Lingtian was dead or alive. Countless families and warriors were paying attention to Li Lingtian's condition. On the other hand, Li Lingtian, who was the focus of everyone's attention, remained motionless in the practice room as he entered a state of hibernation. However, his expression was very calm, and he no longer looked injured. Around him, layers of faint halos flickered. The aura of the god soul would also disappeared, and it lay quietly on the ground. After some time, Li Lingtian, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes with a sharp glint in his eyes. Break and then establish. The soul will not be destroyed. Li Lingtian's face lit up with excitement as the divine consciousness that had dissipated around him quickly gathered together. The god soul was also suspended in the air. Li Lingtian sat with his eyes closed as his divine consciousness in his awareness revolved continuously. The surrounding halos quickly entered his body. Even the god soul wood on the ground was spinning rapidly. At that moment, a blood-red, demonic lotus-shaped carving appeared between Li Lingtian's brows. It was like a 3-petaled, refined, blood-red lotus flower. A beam of blood-red light appeared, and the god soul wood was wrapped in the blood-red light. In an instant, the 1-foot-long god soul wood was actually refined by the blood-red light. The god soul wood disappeared, followed by the blood-red light disappearing into the lotus flower between his eyebrows. Eye of the divine soul. You actually allowed me to achieve the eye of the divine soul. Li Lingtian made a hand seal with his right hand and wiped it away. The 3-petaled lotus flower between his brows disappeared, and his face revealed an excited expression. The eye of the divine soul was a secret technique of an ancient mighty figure. It only existed in the ancient scriptures, but he never thought that he would accidentally achieve the eye of the divine soul. This eye of the divine soul could be used to launch divine sense attacks and see things that other warriors couldn't. For experts who cultivated divine sense and array Tao, this was a heaven-defying shortcut. However, for countless years, no one had ever seen the eye of the divine soul, let alone cultivated it. He had actually encountered such a 1 in a billion opportunity. With the eye of the divine soul, he could take another step forward in the array Tao, and his mind would be even more agile. It was even easier to cultivate and comprehend skills and cultivation techniques. The eye of the divine soul was one of the 3 great effects. It could attack the consciousness, devour the consciousness, and strengthen the master's sea of consciousness and thoughts. Spiritual awareness attacks were the most terrifying attacks in the world. Because the spiritual awareness was invisible and traceless, it was simply impossible to resist. Only a strong spiritual awareness could resist it. In the divine martial continent, warriors didn't dare to use soul consciousness attacks at all, because soul consciousness attacks would suffer a backlash. If they were not careful, they would suffer a backlash. If he encountered a martial artist of the same level, a spiritual awareness attack would only result in both sides suffering losses. If he encountered a powerful spiritual awareness, the attacker would only seek death. Encountering low-level martial artists, there was no need to waste divine sense at all. Devouring the divine sense was to devour the other party's divine sense after defeating the opponent and find the other party's memories from the divine sense. This skill was no different from the soul destruction technique. The only difference was that the devoured divine sense could strengthen one's own divine sense. To strengthen one's knowledge, C, was to strengthen one's own knowledge, C, so that it would not be attacked by other martial artists. In the instant that one was attacked by the divine sense, the first thing to do was to protect one's self from being attacked. The more powerful one's spiritual sense was, the more agile one's thinking would be. Li Lingtian was extremely excited to discover the eye of the divine soul. When the opportunity moved, the realm would be relaxed. The realm of a martial artist was strong because of his cultivation, and it was magical because of the opportunity. The appearance of the divine soul had long caused the fluctuation of the realm. Tier 6 Martial Arts Grandmaster Break. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he realized that his realm had loosened. He released his divine consciousness and tossed 2 soul-restoring pills into his mouth. The shocking medicinal power spread throughout his body. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation and quickly converted the medicinal power into Zhen Yuan. The Zhen Yuan surged through his meridians like a monstrous wave. In an instant, a powerful quintessential essence rushed into his dantian. The 5-color golden core also started to spin, and the 5-color golden core quickly absorbed the powerful quintessential essence. Bam! With a slight sound, a mysterious opening in his body was broken, and the flow of true essence in his meridians became smoother. He had broken through to the 6th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. In his meridians and dantian, endless true essence flowed like a never-ending river. Purple jade fruit. Li Lingtian felt his breakthrough, and the true essence in his body surged. Such a powerful true essence was exciting. With a flick of his consciousness, a Io-year-old purple jade fruit appeared. The Io-year-old purple jade fruit did not have any bottlenecks and could directly raise a martial arts grandmaster by 1 realm. However, in one's lifetime, one only had 1 chance to raise one's realm. Li Lingtian was amazed by the rapid refinement of the purple jade fruit and the transformation of its astonishing spiritual power into true essence. This spiritual power obviously did not need to be converted into true essence by the cultivation technique. True essence quickly entered the dantian. The true essence formed by the purple jade fruit fused with the true essence in his dantian, causing the quality of the true essence to change. Rank 7 Martial Arts Grandmaster. The 5-colored golden core spun, and the quality of the true essence in his body increased to the power of the 7th grade. The golden core also became more powerful. Every time it rotated, a thunderous sound would erupt. This sound could only be felt by the divine sense in the dantian. The shocking power of the true essence was circulating. This kind of powerful power was many times stronger than the power of a rank 5 martial arts grandmaster. The two were on completely different levels. Rank 7 martial arts grandmaster. That's enough. A confident smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. Now that he was a Tier 7 martial arts grandmaster, his strength had improved by many folds. He did not have to worry about his cultivation anymore. Thinking about how much time had passed since he was injured, he looked around. Qingling, he shouted. He wanted to know how much time had passed. It had to be more than 3 months. Young master. Just as Li Lingtian's voice faded, Qingling's voice was heard. Soon after, her voice appeared in Li Lingtian's sight. With a wave of his hand, the restriction disappeared and Qingling entered the training room. Li Lingtian's heart ached when he saw Qingling's expression. Although the little girl in front of him was still as beautiful as before, she had lost a lot of weight. It made one's heart ache. Needless to say, this little girl had been extremely worried during this period of time. How long has it been? Li Lingtian reached out and pulled Qingling into his arms. How could he not feel warm with such a woman by his side? He didn't know how long he had been in here, But it seemed like the longer he was in here, the longer Qingling had been worried. "Young master, have you recovered from your injuries?" Qingling did not answer how much time had passed. Instead, she was concerned about Li Lingtian's injuries. To her, nothing mattered. The only thing she cared about was her young master's injuries. Chapter 270. Chapter 270. Eye of the Divine Soul. Chapter 270. Eye of the Divine Soul. There was nothing more important than young master's injury. "It's done." Li Lingtian nodded as he gently stroked his hair. He looked at the little girl in his arms seriously. "That's great. Young master has been here for 33 days. Qingling was excited when she heard that Li Lingtian's injuries were healed. Her face was flushed with excitement. Her worries had finally been resolved. Naturally, there was nothing more joyous than this. 33 heavens, I have achieved the Eye of the Divine Soul and attained the 7th rank of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. A confident smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he muttered to himself. He only had less than a day to break through to the next realm. He didn't know anything about the first 32 days. He didn't expect that the God Soul would repair his divine sense and achieve the Eye of the Divine Soul in 32 days. He didn't even know how he recovered from his injuries. This was what shocked him. In the past, when he was injured, it was always dragon qi tempering his body to heal his injuries. This time, it actually healed automatically. It was really unbelievable. Then, he recalled that he had used the dragon energy of the 3,000 worlds. The dragon energy in the Divine Dragon Ring must have automatically healed his injuries when he was unconscious. I have the Divine Soul, rank 7 martial arts Grandmaster. Young Master, you've reached the 7th level of martial arts Grandmaster. What is the Eye of the Divine Soul? Qingling was extremely curious when she heard Li Lingtian mumbling to himself. Her young master was only a Tier 5 warrior ascendant a while ago, yet he was now a Tier 7 warrior ascendant. She also had no idea what the Eye of Divine Soul was. Not bad. You've already reached the 7th rank of a martial arts Grandmaster. This is the Eye of the Divine Soul. Li Lingtian nodded. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a 3-petaled blood-red lotus appeared between his brows. It was an exquisite 3-petaled lotus the size of a fingernail and looked like an engraving. After this 3-petaled lotus appeared, it gave off a demonic feeling. When she looked at the direction of her soul, she felt as if she was about to sink into it. Unknowingly, Qingling was completely lost. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the 3-petaled lotus flower engraving disappeared and returned to normal. Qingling couldn't help but shiver and reveal a puzzled expression. She didn't know what had happened to her. What a terrifying divine soul eye. Young master, what happened to Qingling just now? Qingling looked at Li Lingtian with lingering fear. Although she did not know what had happened to her, she could sense the terror of this divine soul. Fortunately, it was him. If it were anyone else, they would not even know how they died after encountering young master's divine soul eyes. It's nothing. Your spiritual sense is being controlled. Li Lingtian smiled, but he was also shocked. He did not control his divine consciousness at all. This Eye of the Divine Soul could completely trap low-level disciples. If he used the Eye of the Divine Soul, he believed that even a super expert would be fooled. Let's go. One haven't eaten in a long time. Let's go make something to eat. Li Lingtian carried Qingling as they walked out. Li Lingtian then laid down on a chair in the garden while Qingling busied herself in the kitchen. After getting the news that young master had recovered, Qingling was relieved and she kept smiling. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that the little girl had been worried for a month, and even he himself had become so thin. Soon, a few exquisite dishes were prepared. Both of them were happy, and the meal was over very quickly. Following that, Li Lingtian rested for 2 days. He spent 2 days learning about the outside world and accompanying Qingling. It had been a month since he had been intimate with Qingling. When the two of them were together, the room was filled with endless spring and moans. Li Lingtian wanted to use Qing Ling's gentleness until both of them fell asleep from exhaustion. Qing Ling was in charge of the news regarding the outside world. Since she was by Li Lingtian's side, it was only natural for her to tell him about it. Li Lingtian's expression turned serious after understanding what was happening outside. He had said that he would wipe out the Yin clan. Now that more than a month had passed, it was time for him to focus on cultivating the divine wrath of heaven and the heaven-destroying sword formation. The god's fury descended from the heavens, a heaven-grade divine power skill that was passed down from the stone door of the ancient cave dwelling. A divine ability that could make an ancient mighty figure value so much was naturally something that could destroy the world. That cave abode was the residence of an ancient mighty figure. The ancient mighty figure had carved skills on the stone door and even used countless demon arrays to hide it. This god's wrath that descended from the sky was definitely not simple. In the past, he could not cultivate it. However, now that he had reached the 7th rank of the martial arts grandmaster realm and cultivated the eye of the divine soul, it was naturally easy. In 10 days, he cultivated the divine wrath of the heavens. Another 10 days passed. Li Lingtian smiled as he cultivated the second move of the heaven-destroying sword formation. The power of the first move of the heaven-destroying sword formation was equivalent to a martial emperor's forbidden technique. The second move was indeed a divine power skill. Myriad swords returned to the origin, a top-notch divine power skill. When he used this move, the sky and earth changed color. The entire world became a world of swords. As long as it was a martial artist's sword, it would become his sharp sword. Controlling 10,000 swords, this kind of destructive skill made his confidence greatly increase. The reason he dared to boast about wiping out the Yin family in 3 months was because of the divine wrath of heaven and the return of 10,000 swords. Although he had not truly cultivated and comprehended these two skills, he was only one step away from success. Only by putting pressure on oneself would one improve. Only by pushing oneself to the edge of the cliff would one explode. In 20 days, he had cultivated 2 skills. However, right now, he could only gently gesture in the practice room because such a skill would have the power to destroy the world. If he used it, this top-notch cave abode would be destroyed. Li Lingtian felt much more relaxed after he cultivated the 2 skills. Whenever he was free, Qing Ling would be by his side. Whenever Li Lingtian was cultivating, Qing Ling would work hard to cultivate because she knew that if she were to encounter any danger, she could only watch helplessly. She didn't want such a thing to happen again, so she had to strengthen herself to change everything. Time passed quickly. More and more warriors gathered in Moonrise City. Due to the news of Li Lingtian and the Yin family in soliciting Moon City spreading like wildfire, many warriors from the cities near soliciting Moon City came to see how powerful the Divine Pill Pavilion was. Moreover, the mayor's office of the soliciting Moon City had also discussed that the battle between the Yin family and the Divine Pill Pavilion should not be held within the city. It had to be thousands of miles away from soliciting Moon City. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not care about these matters. Instead, he rested in the cave abode. On this day, Li Lingtian entered the Divine Dragon Ring. Buddy, this time, our life and death will depend on you. No matter how strong I am, one can only resist one Supreme Realm expert. You have to help me resist one. Don't you want to become a true dragon? This young master will grant you your wish, but your life and death will depend on your luck. Li Lingtian looked at the silver-winged flying dragon and spoke in a serious tone. Roar! The silver-winged flying dragon let out a loud roar. Its voice was filled with excitement. The silver-winged flying dragon was not a true dragon. It was only a type of dragon. Its bloodline was not pure either. It could no longer be considered a dragon. Last time, he had given it a drop of Little White's true dragon blood to make it mutate and become close to the dragon race. However, it was not a true dragon yet. The only thing that needed to become a true dragon was not only the blood of a true dragon, but also the cultivation technique of a true dragon's body protection and the chi of a true dragon. It was excited when it heard Li Lingtian's words. It was not afraid of death. If it could really become a true dragon, it would be worth it to die. However, Li Lingtian had to promise to give him the true dragon's blood and the dragon clan's cultivation method that protected him with the true dragon's body, and he had to refine it in the dragon energy. Now that Li Lingtian had agreed, how could it not be excited? All right, here are 10 heavenly Yao pills. I can give you the cultivation technique of the dragon race, but you can't go against my will. You have to know that you're a true dragon after cultivating the true dragon body barrier. You have to abide by the rules of the dragon race. Little White, come here. As Li Lingtian spoke, he looked at the silver-winged flying dragon. The silver-winged flying dragon nodded repeatedly, knowing that Li Lingtian was telling the truth. Moreover, Li Lingtian was the only person in this world who could turn him into a true dragon. It did not know Li Lingtian's identity, but it knew that Li Lingtian must have a close relationship with the dragon tribe. Otherwise, the three-color true dragon, Little White, would not have followed him and would not have the dragon tribe's cultivation technique. Little White looked at Li Lingtian unwillingly. Naturally, it knew what Li Lingtian wanted to do. Li Lingtian did not need to say anything before he took action. He closed his blood-red eyes and the air trembled. Another drop of crystal clear blood essence appeared in the air. A shocking dragon power trembled in the air. Although it was inside the divine dragon ring, it was also a world. Roar! 2. With an excited roar, Li Lingtian quickly absorbed the true dragon's blood. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a golden ray of light entered the silver-winged flying dragon's glabella. The true dragon body protection technique was passed over. In a few seconds, the silver-winged flying dragon almost exploded. This was because the blood of the real dragon was many times stronger than the last one. The last one was only Little White's blood essence, but this time it was the blood of the essence of the real dragon, which was also one of the essence of Little White's cultivation. It was the most powerful essence of the demon race in the world. Let's go in. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck. When Li Lingtian saw this, he waved his hand and a hole appeared in the space. The silver-winged flying dragon flew into the crack as well. When it reappeared, it had entered a mysterious world. This was also the place where Li Lingtian repaired his meridians. It was the first world of the 3,000 worlds dragon energy. After seeing the silver-winged flying dragon enter the 3,000 worlds dragon energy, Li Lingtian left the divine dragon ring. Outside, he could also dominate everything inside. The great battle was getting closer and closer. He had to speed up his cultivation and become more familiar with the control of the myriad returning swords and the divine wrath of heaven. In a big battle with a supreme realm expert, his other skills were already useless. He only had trump cards and holy weapons. If he used a mystic grade skill in a battle with a supreme realm expert, he would be courting death. He was only a Tier 7 martial arts grandmaster and had lost in terms of cultivation. His only reliance was the array, the holy artifact, and the divine power. Moreover, he had to kill them in one strike in this battle. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive. Chapter 271. Chapter 271. Reincarnation Peak, Peak Duel 1. Chapter 271. Reincarnation Peak, Peak Duel 1. When a martial arts grandmaster competed with a martial emperor, it was just a game of instant kill. Moreover, the opponent was a first-level martial honored realm super expert. He would either kill them in an instant or be killed. In this world, the gap between realms was just that big. Divine array diagram, sacrifice. Heaven and earth reincarnation. After Li Lingtian finished cultivating his skills, he displayed the divine array diagram. In the divine array diagram, there were the 10 great ancient divine arrays, 10 great ancient divine arrays, and 10 great ancient forbidden arrays. He knew everything, but he could not cultivate it because his cultivation was too low. However, After his cultivation had broken through, he had actually comprehended the heaven and earth reincarnation of the 10 ancient divine arrays with the help of the eye of the divine soul. Although this divine array was not as terrifying as the forbidden array, it was still stronger than the ancient divine array. Its power was shocking. It was also due to luck that he managed to comprehend such an ancient divine array this time. This was because he cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. Otherwise, he would not even be able to comprehend the 10 ancient divine formations, let alone the 10 ancient divine formations. Not to mention a divine array, even a holy array could not come into contact with it. As he cast his spells, a strange aura appeared in the world and quickly disappeared. With a flick of his divine sense, the entire world inside the cave abode was completely controlled by his divine sense. Now, it's up to you. If you die, I'll have to run away and lose face. Li Lingtian retracted the divine array diagram and looked at the divine dragon ring. Now, he was only looking at the silver-winged flying dragon. If the silver-winged flying dragon could not break through, he would not have much confidence. We are destined to pay a huge price in this war, he muttered to himself. With his cultivation, no matter what skill he used, whether it was a saint artifact, or a divine array diagram, he would have to pay a huge price. This was because these were not things that his current cultivation could display. He was going against the heavens. After saying everything, his body flashed, and he disappeared in a strange manner. Half a day later, Li Lingtian returned to the cave abode with a tired expression. "Young master, what's wrong?" When Li Lingtian returned to his cave abode, he happened to bump into Qing Ling. Qing Ling noticed that her young master had returned from the outside with a tired expression on his face and a lot of dirt on his body. "I went out for a while." After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward the pool behind the cave abode, while Qing Ling came forward to support him. The two of them came to the pool. Qing Ling took off Li Lingtian's clothes, and he comfortably soaked in the pool. Qing Ling removed her outer clothes and entered the pool. She came behind Li Lingtian and gently massaged him. Leaning his head into Qing Ling's embrace, he felt her full and proud breasts, and waves of softness spread throughout his body. This was not the first time that the two of them had done this. After soaking in the pool for half an hour, Qing Ling and Ling Tian were completely naked, and the two of them were tightly entangled together. Moonrise City was packed with people, and it was now much more popular than before. Countless martial artists and experts were here to watch the battle between the Yin family's Martial Supreme and the Divine Pill Pavilion's Spirit Alchemist. They all knew that the Spirit Alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion was only a martial grandmaster, but he had killed a 9th-level martial emperor of the Yin family. Now, he even threatened to wipe out the Yin family in 3 months. There was only one day left before the 3 months passed. In other words, tomorrow would be the day when the Yin family and the Spirit Alchemists of the Divine Pill Pavilion would fight. Soon, the City Lord's mansion announced that the Spirit Alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion had come out of seclusion. In order to avoid harming the innocent, he had left Moonrise City and chosen Reincarnation Peak, which was 3,000 miles away from the city, as the battlefield. The news shocked Moonrise City. Although they were aware of the duel between Li Lingtian and the Yin clan, they did not expect Li Lingtian to speak first. In this way, no one would say that Li Lingtian was afraid of the battle. Not only were all the forces in soliciting Moon City shocked, even the surrounding super forces were shocked. The appearance of such a terrifying monster would have an impact on his family and sect. Although the battle would only begin tomorrow, after receiving the news from the City Lord's mansion, all the warriors rushed to the Reincarnation Peak, hoping to get a good seat to watch. The Reincarnation Peak was located 3,000 miles away from soliciting Moon City. Within 1,000 miles of the Reincarnation Peak, it was a wasteland. There were no sects, families, or martial arts here. It did not mean that there was no spiritual energy here, and it was not suitable for cultivation. On the contrary, The spiritual energy here was so dense that even the top-grade cave abodes in Moonrise City might not be as dense as the spiritual energy here. However, no one dared to cultivate here because the martial artists who came here would be strangely suppressed. The oppressive aura made people not dare to stay long. Even a Supreme Realm expert would not dare to cultivate here, let alone other experts. There was no one cultivating within 1,000 miles. Those who were here could only stay for a moment at most. The Reincarnation Peak had two main peaks. The two lonely peaks were separated by 10 miles and were 1,000 meters tall. There was a bottomless lake around the two peaks. It was definitely the best place for a great battle. It would not affect ordinary warriors, nor would it cause destruction to Moonrise City. The next morning, the Reincarnation Peak was no longer quiet. Tens of thousands of warriors and experts were already waiting outside the Reincarnation Peak. Once the Yin family and Li Lingtian from the Divine Pill Pavilion arrived, the great battle would begin. Warriors from Moonrise City, as well as powerhouses from cities nearby, would come to watch the shocking battle. In the Azure Continent, there were very few Supreme Realm experts who challenged them. These powerful Supreme Realm experts were all cultivating in seclusion to obtain stronger cultivation and longer lifespans. Even the competition for treasures would be carried out in secret. It was impossible for a family war to be fought like this. 100 miles away from the Reincarnation Peak, countless warriors had surrounded the Reincarnation Peak. All of the experts in Moonrise City were martial kings and martial grandmasters. There were also a handful of martial emperors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out in the sky. 3 light spots appeared in the sky. In a flash, they arrived at the top of the Reincarnation Mountain. 2 old men stood on the top of the mountain, and one of them was floating in the air. Immediately, a 3-legged situation was formed. If a martial artist entered, they would suffer a destructive attack and never be able to come out. The Yin family's 3 Supreme Realm experts. Yin Qingshan's strength has increased by quite a bit again. I haven't seen Yin Qingming for the past 200 years. I didn't expect him to have already reached the peak of the first level of the martial honored realm. It seems that the 3 of them are secretly cultivating some powerful skill. I wonder if they have successfully cultivated it. The Yin family's 3 supreme martial artists, Yin Qingming, Yin Qingshan, and Yin Qingfeng. They live up to their reputation. With 3 Supreme Realm experts working together, even a second-level Supreme Realm expert can only run away. Don't talk anymore. Be careful of unexpected disasters. Countless experts looked at the 3 Yin family experts in the sky and were extremely shocked. Even in the powerful Gang continent, it was rare to see a martial honor. These Supreme Realm experts were all cultivating and rarely came out to gather together. Now, 3 of them had actually appeared at once. Swoosh! A huge flying ship flew over from the sky. On the flying ship, a woman in a light shirt was standing on it. Her figure was peerless, and her face could not be seen, but she gave off a peerless feeling. In front of the woman was a zither. In the blink of an eye, the flying ship arrived outside the Reincarnation Peak and hovered in the air. Fairy Spirit Phoenix arrived earlier than me. A loud voice sounded, and a figure streaked across the sky. The figure arrived at the Reincarnation Peak in the next second, and an old man in gray floated in the air. The gray-robed old man and the woman on the flying ship faced each other from afar, completely ignoring the 3 Supreme Realm experts of the Yin family. Another 2 Supreme Realm experts. It seems that there are quite a number of revered martial artists today. One heard that the 2 revered martial artists are experts from the Wind Moon Palace and the Queen's Palace. They are here to cheer for the Divine Pill Pavilion. That's impossible. The Divine Pill Pavilion doesn't have any forces. It's impossible for 2 super forces to help him. Why not? I heard that the Divine Pill Pavilion Spirit Alchemist is called Li Lingtian. He's the brother of the Wind Spirit Prince and is very close to the Queen's Palace's little princess. Really? How could the Yin family dare to go against the divine Pill Pavilion? Isn't this courting death? That's right. If that's the case, why would we still have a battle? We can just get the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace to wipe out the Yin clan. Originally, the two super forces had the intention to do so, but the Divine Pill Pavilion's Sir Ling Tian wanted to personally wipe out the Yin family. So powerful. Could it be that he's also a supreme realm expert? He's not a martial honor. It's said that he's just a young martial arts grandmaster. His cultivation has definitely not reached the martial emperor realm. That's impossible. Hey! All the warriors were discussing animatedly. They were all shocked when they heard the last part. A martial arts grandmaster wanted to wipe out the Yin family? Wasn't this a joke? The Yin family had 3 martial honors. Even the experts of the Divine Pill Pavilion were martial honors and might not be a match for the Yin family. They did not expect that the person from the Divine Pill Pavilion was only a martial grandmaster. This was completely beyond everyone's imagination. I'm here to represent the Wind Moon Palace. No one else is allowed to participate in the battle between Li Lingtian and the Yin family. Otherwise, it'll be an act against the Wind Moon Palace. Lord Yuanlong looked at all the experts and said loudly. He meant that only the Yin family and the Divine Pill Pavilion could fight this battle. If anyone wanted to play tricks, even if they wanted to go against Wind Moon Palace, he could kill them. All the experts listened. Wasn't this nonsense? Who could participate in a battle between Supreme Realm experts? Unless he was also a Supreme Realm expert, he would be courting death. This queen represents the Queen's Palace. If anyone tries anything funny, don't blame this queen for being impolite. Fairy Spirit Phoenix said coldly. Even her cold voice was like the sound of nature. After saying that, a brocade box appeared in front of her. A palm-sized, exquisite zither flew out of the brocade box. It emitted a shocking pressure. Everyone looked at it and realized that this zither was definitely not there. It was definitely a Saint artifact. With 2 of the Azure Continent's superpowers interfering, who would dare to interfere? Wouldn't that mean that they would be taking over the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace at the same time? However, countless experts were curious about the background of the Divine Pill Pavilion. They actually made 2 super forces lend a hand. Swoosh! As soon as Fairy Spirit Phoenix finished speaking, a soft voice sounded in the air. A white figure flew over and arrived in front of Reincarnation Peak in an instant. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, Divine Array Diagram, Heaven and Earth Reincarnation. Chapter 272, Divine Array Diagram, Heaven and Earth Reincarnation. The appearance of the white-robed young man caused countless martial artists to look over. The white-robed young man had a faint smile on his face. He looked calm and collected in front of countless martial artists and 5 Supreme Realm experts. His arrival immediately caused all the martial artists to be surprised. That was because the white-robed young man was at the same height as the 3 martial honors. He was also the closest to the 3 martial honors of the Yin family. It was obvious that this young man was the main character of the day. However, what surprised all the martial artists was that this young man had no cultivation at all. No matter how talented he was only a martial ancestor. Could he be the spirit pill master of the Divine Pill Pavilion, Ling Tian? They were right. The young man in white was Li Lingtian. He was not afraid of the Yin clan's 3 revered martial artists. Instead, he had a faint murderous intent. Sir Ling Tian, spirit alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion. He's Sir Ling Tian, the one who killed 4 9th-level martial monarchs. He's also the one who challenged 3 martial honors. It's him. Some powerhouses who knew Li Lingtian were shocked and impressed. Those who didn't know him were also shocked when they heard the discussions of others. If this young man was in any other place, he would only be a disciple of an aristocratic family. How could he be associated with an expert? It was even more impossible to associate this young man with today's main character. This young master is here. Are the 3 good-for-nothings waiting for this young master? These words shocked tens of thousands of experts. These words were said to a junior. He was actually so arrogant in the face of tens of thousands of experts. Moreover, everyone could tell that this sentence was directed at the three Yin family's supreme realm experts. Li Lingtian, don't talk nonsense. Today is the day you and the Yin family settle things. Yin Qingshan revealed a trace of surprise on his face. This young man was no different from the last time. The last time he saw her, she was covered in injuries and was on the verge of death. Now, her injuries had completely recovered. Although he couldn't tell what was different, it gave off a sense of threat. This threat had already affected him. If they were anywhere else, they would have been scared to death by Li Lingtian's words. However, the Yin clan did not dare to be careless since there were experts from the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace here. All right, you said it. Divine array diagram, sacrifice. Heaven and earth reincarnation. Li Lingtian smiled. Without any hesitation, he activated his divine consciousness, and a golden light appeared between his brows. With a flash of golden light, the divine array diagram appeared, and he cast it in one go. The divine array diagram floated in the air. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared between heaven and earth, and the entire reincarnation peak trembled. Rumble. The lakes and mountains were collapsing. Countless experts flew into the distance. She was shocked. She did not expect Li Lingtian to turn the world upside down before he even made a move. Yin Qingshan was also extremely shocked. There was nothing wrong with him coming here first, but now such a strange change had actually occurred. From the sky, a mysterious aura of reincarnation rushed down and enveloped the three of them. Not good. It's the reincarnation of heaven and earth. It's an ancient formation. Not good. Yin Qingming shouted. The three of them were shocked and quickly fled into the distance. As soon as Li Lingtian shouted, Yin Qingming was knowledgeable enough to know about the ancient divine array. This ancient divine array was the heaven and earth reincarnation. He could no longer be curious about how such a divine array had appeared, but his life was more important. Ancient divine formation, heaven and earth reincarnation. He actually controls such a formation. The battle hasn't even started yet, but he has already taken the initiative. Fairy Spirit Phoenix and Lord Yuan Long were both shocked. They had no choice but to take a serious look at the terror of this young man. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, the mysterious reincarnation aura enveloped the world. The three martial honors and Yin Qingshan disappeared. Yin Qingming and Yin Qifeng looked at the reincarnation peak in horror. In the middle of the reincarnation peak, a magical light pillar flashed. A furious voice kept ringing out. This voice was none other than the Yin family's supreme martial artist, Yin Qingshan. Stay here for this, young master. Buddy, I modified it. Today, 1 foot 11 inches test your power. If you're a dragon, you should soar between heaven and earth. Li Lingtian shouted after he had finished casting the heaven and earth reincarnation. The divine array was suspended in the air as he dodged Yin Qingming's attack. The entire process only took an instant, but in this instant, the three Supreme Realm experts' joint forces were instantly broken. Li Lingtian activated the Divine Dragon Ring with his divine consciousness. The air trembled and a huge, silver-winged flying dragon appeared in the sky. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the hearts of countless warriors. Level 6 silver-winged flying dragon. So he was only a Tier 5, Level 9. How did he become Tier 6 in just 3 months? This advancement speed is too fast. How low can he advance so quickly? Although the 6th Order Silver-Winged Flying Dragon is only at Level 1 of the 6th Order, it's enough to restrain a First Heaven Martial Honored Realm Expert. All the warriors looked at the Silver-Winged Flying Dragon in shock. Such a powerful demonic beast was more eye-catching than a martial honor. I see. The Silver-Winged Flying Dragon carries the aura of a true dragon. It must have obtained the blood of a true dragon or some mysterious skill of the dragon race. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. When he saw the silver-winged flying dragon some time ago, it was only level 5, level 9. At that time, it would take at least 10 years to advance, but now it had advanced in 3 months. Moreover, the silver-winged flying dragon carried the true dragon chi on its body. It had undergone a world-shaking change from the last time. If we want to fight, we have to be fair. Yin Qingshan is already resting. You two who will fight it. Li Lingtian floated in the air and unleashed all his true origin. The true origin of a martial grandmaster was not the true origin of a martial emperor. This time, all the powerhouses were fully aware of Li Lingtian's cultivation realm. He was at most a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster, not a martial emperor. Third brother, you go and restrain this beast. I'll deal with him. Let's end this quickly. Yin Qingming glanced at the level 6 silver-winged flying dragon. His strength was stronger than his third brother. The young man in front of him was mysterious and terrifying. If he let Yin Qingfeng deal with him, he would not be at ease. All right, we'll follow the plan. When the time comes, we'll rescue Big Brother. Yin Qingfeng said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared strangely. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the silver-winged flying dragon. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the silver-winged flying dragon did not hold back at all. It immediately displayed the terrifying power of a 6th-order monster beast and flapped its huge wings. At the same time, a shocking dragon energy was also unleashed. The silver-winged flying dragon did not disappoint Li Lingtian's expectations. It had finally advanced to Tier 6 2 days ago. With the dragon energy tempering true dragon blood and true dragon body protection, it had become a true dragon. The silver-winged flying dragon was no longer a low-level demon beast with its shocking cultivation technique and dragon energy. It was a dragon with extremely high intelligence. The silver-winged flying dragon retreated as it fought. In the blink of an eye, the formation was already dozens of miles away from Li Lingtian. At this time, all the warriors were shocked. They did not expect that a young man who did not have high hopes would actually control the entire battlefield in his hands. As soon as he came up, he broke through the joint forces of the 3 supreme realm experts, trapped the eldest Yin Qingshan, and lured the third brother away with the silver-winged flying dragon. Now, only the second brother, Yin Qingming, was left. Good kid. One didn't expect him to be so terrifying. The prince's brother is indeed not simple. Lord Yuan Long looked at Li Lingtian in the air and felt relieved. He had received orders when he came to the scene that he would not let Li Lingtian die no matter what. Even though he was just a spectator, he would definitely intervene if Li Lingtian was in danger. He would never be reasonable, as the Windy Moon Palace had never been reasonable. I didn't expect 7th sister to have such good taste. She actually found such a person. Fairy Spirit Phoenix was shocked when she saw Li Lingtian separating the 3 revered martial artists in the blink of an eye. Now, it's time for us to make a move. Show me your true ability. Don't wait for them to come and save you. Yin Qingshan, without my magic art, you will be trapped inside forever, never to return. Li Lingtian said coldly as he circulated his quintessential essence to the maximum. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed Glacier Rend. Ice river cracks, frost descends from the sky. As he softly shouted, the temperature of the space suddenly dropped sharply. Snow fell between the heavens and the earth, and the 6th month became the 12th month of winter. The entire world was a world of glaciers, as if they had come to the snow region. Icy space. Die! Yin Qingming shouted as a green jade ruler appeared in his hand. He waved his hand and a glacier appeared. The 2 icy cold worlds collided. The cold air between heaven and earth stunned all the martial artists. They quickly circulated their cultivation techniques to resist the 2 cold air. Crash! With a crisp sound, the world collapsed. Li Lingtian's body flashed as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Although it was a saint weapon, his opponent was a true martial honor. He had lost the advantage he had. The two separated the moment they touched. A Supreme Realm expert with a Supreme Great Emperor weapon and a martial arts grandmaster with a Saint weapon were not a match for a Supreme Realm expert. Let's see what you're really capable of. F***CK destroy. Li Lingtian's body flickered as the thunderclap wings on his shoulders flapped continuously. He then raised his hands. The space trembled, and a destructive flame appeared in his hand. At the same time, a cold ice flame appeared in his other hand. Li Lingtian's expression turned strange. In the past, he had used flames and glaciers when he used his. However, he had now reached Tier 7 Martial Arts Grandmaster. Now that he had already raised his cultivation to the limit, he had directly used the icy frost flame when he used it just now, and its power had increased explosively. Ice and fire martial souls. Countless warriors cried out in surprise. They were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian's martial soul for the first time. The ice and fire dual martial spirits were extremely rare in the Azure continent. In fact, there hadn't been a single ice and fire dual martial spirit in tens of thousands of years. Heavens beyond, 9 mountains suppress. Yan Qingming felt the death and destruction in the air and did not dare to be careless. He circulated his true essence. In the beginning, their attacks were just warm-ups. Now, they were using their trump cards. Chapter 273. Chapter 273. Heaven-destroying sword formation. Myriad swords return to the origin. Chapter 273. Heaven-destroying sword formation. Myriad swords return to the origin. A gigantic mountain peak appeared in his hand. The mountain peak was pitch black with a heavy feeling. It was hurtling toward Li Lingtian with shocking power. Hurry up and get out of the way. Retreat quickly. Someone shouted, reminding all the martial artists that in front of such a shocking expert, everyone within 100 miles would be caught in a fish pond. No one had imagined that a young martial artist would actually fight with a Supreme Realm expert like this. It was completely a desperate battle, and for a moment they were even on par. Rumble. With an earth-shattering explosion, the 9-layered mountain fiercely collided with the pillar of light of the ice-fire / 9-layered sky. Li Lingtian's body shot back like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yan Qingming wasn't in a good state either. Under the destruction of the ice / fire / 9 heavens, the 9 mountains were also beaten back to their original state. The icy ice flame hit him, and the cold air in his body kept running around. Take this attack. I want to see how powerful a revered martial artist is. After Li Lingtian had retreated 10 miles, he flapped his thunderclap wings continuously, and his entire body disappeared and reappeared. Every time he flashed, a destructive attack would appear on the spot. He would look for an opportunity to unleash all the sword intent in his body. A terrifying sword will appear between heaven and earth. Li Lingtian stood proudly like a sharp sword between heaven and earth as the shocking sword will burst forth from his body. What a terrifying sword intent. What kind of monster is this? He has ice and fire martial souls, and he even cultivates sword Dao and array Dao. He even has alchemy Dao that people look up to. For the first time, Lord Yuan Long and Fairy Spirit Phoenix felt a tinge of fear. Previously, they had been looking down on Li Lingtian, but now they were no longer looking down on him. Instead, they felt a tinge of fear. Sword intent, not bad. Try my saber intent. Heaven-shocking single blade slash. Yan Qingming was also shocked. He was also wary of this young man. Although he had the upper hand, he could not defeat this young man. This young man was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He had countless magical methods and treasures. A terrifying saber intent destroyed everything in the world. Dozens of silver lights flashed, like dozens of destructive blade lights. Saber intent? You're just trash. Sky sword, sacrifice. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness moved, and the Qianyu sword appeared in the air. He then grabbed the sword in his hand. Instantly, his aura changed drastically, and his sword became even more terrifying. The sword intent continued to destroy the wills of all the martial artists. In front of the sword intent, they had no intention of resisting. The pressure of a saint artifact suppressed the space. This was his second saint artifact. All the warriors were shocked. This was because this young man's strength was terrifying, and there were countless saint artifacts. That's right. Among the martial emperors, no one is your match. However, if you encounter me, even if it's a divine weapon, you can only die. In the air, dozens of light shadows merged together, and a huge blade radiance slashed down at Li Lingtian. The space was also cut into two halves. The saber beam slashed down regardless of the distance between them. He spoke with assurance, as if he had seen Li Lingtian being cut in half. Ignorant, myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian scoffed coldly as he unleashed the myriad returning swords that he had comprehended. Instantly, regardless of the warriors' swords, they could feel the summoning of the sword will. Countless swords surged toward Li Lingtian. Thousands of sharp swords, spirit weapons, profound weapons, emperor weapons, and any other sword were summoned. A world of swords was formed between heaven and earth. Li Lingtian hovered in the air and swung the Tianyu sword in his hand. Instantly, thousands of sharp swords shot toward the saber radiance with devastating attacks. Yan Qingming was stunned when he saw the countless sharp swords. He never thought that the most terrifying move of the legendary sword Dao would appear. Not only him, Fairy Spirit Phoenix and Lord Yuan Long were also shocked. In the sky, the sword intent destroyed the world. Thousands of sharp swords shot out, and the world exploded. The saber light turned into nothingness, and all the sharp swords were doubled in power. They instantly covered a radius of 1,000 meters, and Yan Qingming was drowned in the sword rain. All in a rain of swords, there was a shrill scream. Facing the attack of thousands of spirit weapons, profound weapons, and even emperor weapons, let alone a supreme realm expert, even a martial monarch realm expert would lose a layer of skin if they did not die. My spirit weapon. This is my profound armament. The supreme grade profound armament is gone just like that. Damn it, this is my only emperor artifact. 10,000 swords to the origin, you really deserve to die. Countless martial artists revealed a pained expression. Their treasures had actually been summoned away and used as a sharp weapon by others. Their hearts immediately ached. Myriad swords returned to the origin, returned to your positions. Just as the powerhouses who had lost their treasures were feeling the pinch, Li Lingtian's divine consciousness moved, and he brandished the Tianyu sword in his hand. Thousands of sharp swords returned to their owners. Yan Qingming floated in the air. His body was not complete at all, and streams of sword intent were drifting out of his body. His life force gradually dissipated, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He, a dignified supreme realm expert, was actually killed by the myriad swords returning to the origin. Second brother, Yan Qingfeng shouted loudly in the sky. His voice was extremely sorrowful. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, another earth-shattering explosion sounded. The silver-winged flying dragon also roared violently, completely displaying the terrifying power of a sixth-order monster beast. Li Lingtian's body swayed, and the Tianyu sword disappeared. It returned to his dantian, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. If he used the myriad returning swords once, his sword intent would disappear within a month, and he would no longer be able to use sword intent. This was the price he was talking about. Such a price had indeed taken away a supreme realm expert. His Zhen Yuan had completely disappeared. He threw a heaven-defying pill into his mouth, and his Zhen Yuan instantly recovered to its peak. What kind of pill did he use just now? It actually instantly restored his true essence. This is too heaven-defying. If there was such a medicinal pill, it would be completely undying. If I have a few bottles of such pills, my true chi will be endless. Hey, you guys don't know yet. He's a top alchemist. He can naturally refine some mysterious pills. Countless powerhouses witnessed Li Lingtian's actions and instantly recovered their true essence. How could they not be shocked by such a terrifying thing? Crash! At this moment, a strange sound rang out between heaven and earth. A mysterious black-robed man appeared. His appearance destroyed the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth. Yin Qingshan also appeared in the air. After he came out, he realized that Yin Qingming had disappeared and immediately felt that something was wrong. Because he had been in the darkness of reincarnation, he did not know what had happened. Li Lingtian was still around while his second brother, Yin Qingming, had disappeared. Meanwhile, Yin Qingfeng was still fighting a silver-winged flying dragon. Big brother, second brother was killed by this bastard. Quickly take revenge for second brother. In the sky, Yin Qingfeng was instantly incomparably excited when he saw his big brother come out. If big brother did not come out soon, he would be killed by Li Lingtian and the silver-winged flying dragon. He would have to leave this world with second brother. What? Qingming died. Yin Qingshan was shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood. This news had given him a heavy blow. Yin Qingming, who had the strongest cultivation, had also been killed. What exactly had happened? Tong Yunfei, are you going to interfere? At this moment, Lord Yuan Long spoke up. Yin Qingshan was originally trapped inside, but judging from the current situation, Li Lingtian and the silver-winged flying dragon could kill Yin Qingfeng with their combined forces. Victory was in sight. However, he didn't expect that someone would suddenly appear. Others might not know this mysterious man in black, but he knew this mysterious man in black. He was the super powerhouse of Kanglan Building, the second level of the Supreme Realm, Tong Yunfei. Humph! The Yin family is a subordinate force of the House of Storms. The Queen's Palace and the Windy Moon Palace are interfering in the affairs of soliciting Moon City. Are we going to stand by and watch? Tong Yunfei said loudly, his face full of disdain. He turned around and sent a voice transmission to Yin Qingshan. Yin Qingshan's face revealed a hint of excitement as he charged at Li Lingtian in a flash. The Queen's Palace is only watching the battle and did not interfere. The House of Storms is very good. They actually interfered with the Yin family's affairs in front of everyone. Since when was the Yin family a subsidiary force of the House of Storms? Fairy Spirit Phoenix said coldly. She was about to dodge when she saw Yin Qingshan attacking Li Lingtian, but was stopped by Tong Yunfei. What? Are the three of us going to fight? Tong Yunfei waved his hand, and a silk banner appeared in his hand. The true qi in his body gradually circulated, and he seemed to have the intention to make a move. Humph! Is the Windy Moon Palace afraid of your House of Storms? The axe of ascension in Lord Yuanlong's hand was also displayed. The three of them formed a corner formation. Rumble! The three of them were in a stalemate, but in the sky, the two battle groups were locked in a fierce battle. More blood trickled down Li Lingtian's lips. Yin Qingshan's attack did not give him any chance to breathe. He was suppressed for a moment. As a martial arts grandmaster, he could not even use his treasures or skills. He could only rely on his powerful physique and the true dragon's body protection to resist. Kanglan House, I will remember this. If one don't die, I will wipe out your Kanglan House. Li Lingtian's voice rang out in the air, shocking tens of thousands of powerhouses. He actually dared to say that he wanted to wipe out one of the three super forces of the Azure Continent, the House of Storms. If he wasn't arrogant, then he must be a fool. However, countless warriors showed admiration. At this time, he still said that he wanted to wipe out the House of Storms. Previously, they had promised to wipe out the Yin clan. Now, one of the Yin clan's revered martial artists had been killed, and there were two left. One of them was pinned down by the silver-winged flying dragon, while Li Lingtian was facing another. All right, let's see how you escape today. If you survive, it's not too late to say this. Tong Yunfei was stunned. He had never thought that someone would say that they wanted to wipe out the House of Storms. Moreover, It was a young man who was a martial arts grandmaster. Was this not a joke? In his heart, he did not take it to heart at all. Instead, he felt that it was a little novel. Divine destruction to the extreme, heavenly might. Yen Qingshan watched as Li Lingtian kept flashing and finally seized the opportunity. He quickly waved his hands in the air, and a heavenly might appeared. The appearance of the heavenly might made the warriors in the world feel a mysterious pressure, and they were on the verge of kneeling down. Li Lingtian's heart was trembling as well. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked up into the sky. A destructive heavenly will came crashing down from his line of sight. Chapter 274. Chapter 274. God's wrath descend from the heavens. Chapter 274. God's wrath descends from the heavens. Li Lingtian was beyond shocked when he felt the terrifying and mysterious pressure. The dragon chi from the divine dragon ring quickly surged into his body, hoping to defend against this extreme god-destroyer with offense. Flying dragon's strength. With a roar, a shocking dragon energy soared into the sky. Two wyverns appeared, but they felt a hint of fear when they sensed the destructive aura in the air. However, this wyvern was only a power that he had cultivated. It did not resist at all and ruthlessly bombarded the god-destroyer in the sky. Boom! With a loud explosion, the flying dragon disappeared and Li Lingtian was blasted down. The reincarnation peak trembled and Li Lingtian vanished as well. He was completely buried in the soil. The ground collapsed, and only after a few breaths of time did it calm down. However, Li Lingtian was nowhere to be seen. There was no trace of his aura, as if he had vanished. He won't die just like that, right? The divine destruction is extremely powerful. Only a few people can survive the attack. Is it going to end like this? He should have fallen. There's no trace of his aura. Some of the warriors began to discuss among themselves. With a single move of divine destruction, Li Lingtian was blasted into the ground without a trace of his aura. Tong Yunfei, you gave the god destroyer to the Yin family. Are you really going to make enemies of the Queen's palace and the Wind Moon Palace? When Lord Yuan Long saw Li Lingtian disappear without a trace, he knew that things were not looking good. When they spoke, they also pulled the Queen's palace together. At least two forces were more powerful. I've already said that the Yin family is a subsidiary force of the House of Storms. They're just trash. If they die, so be it. Tong Yun Fei said coldly, his eyes revealing a disdainful look. However, the only one who knew the inside story was that even the Queen's palace and the Wind Moon Palace combined were no match for the House of Storms. Go and deal with that demonic beast. Don't waste time here. Tong Yunfei turned around and commanded Yen Qingshan coldly. He was already enough to hold back two revered martial artists. Li Lingtian had been killed, and there was no need to waste time here. His own matters were more important. All the warriors used their divine perception to search the surroundings, but they could not find any trace of Li Lingtian's aura. At this moment, a shocking amount of spiritual energy condensed between heaven and earth, constantly stirring the space. In the sky, streaks of heavenly might descended. All the martial artists were shocked to death. They wanted to escape, but they could not move at all under this heavenly might. Tong Yunfei, Fairy Spirit Phoenix, and Lord Yuan Long were all shocked. This heavenly might came so suddenly, as if a super expert had arrived. Even Supreme Realm experts felt a trace of fear under this kind of heavenly might. Tong Yunfei, you'll stay here forever today. The wrath of the gods. In the air, the spiritual chi within a radius of 1,000 miles condensed, forming a huge pillar of light between heaven and earth. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, a strange roar appeared in the sky, as if the heavens were furious. Not good, a heaven-grade divine ability. Tong Yunfei was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a threat of death. Even when he met a 5th-level martial honored realm expert, he did not feel this way. He immediately realized that the power in the air was that of a legendary heaven-grade divine art. Great cloud palm, heaven and earth shaking. Tong Yunfei's heart trembled. He didn't have the slightest confidence in facing this god's wrath. He tapped his forehead with his divine sense, and a golden light appeared. The golden light flashed, and an ancient book appeared in his palm. The book emitted a terrifying power that continued to increase. Tong Yunfei's face was getting paler and paler, because he had to pay a huge price to control this treasure. True essence flowed continuously into the book, and he almost collapsed. In the sky, Li Lingtian had traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with madness as his hair was blown away by the strong wind. Fairy Spirit Phoenix, let's get rid of these two. The Origin Dragon Pavilion sent a voice transmission to Fairy Spirit Phoenix, who was not far away. All right, you sneak attack Yin Qing Feng. I'll use the Divine Phoenix Zither to kill Yin Qing Shan. Fairy Spirit Phoenix also sent a voice transmission back, after which the two of them nodded and instantly disappeared. Ding! Ding! In the air, a crisp zither sounded, and the destructive sound waves disappeared from the world. At the same time, a shocking power was emitted from the horizon. A huge axe slashed down as if it ignored the distance between them. All! With two screams, Yin Qing Feng was cut into two halves. At the same time, he was at the first level of the martial honored realm. However, His Excellency Yuan Long controlled the divine axe. Coupled with the sneak attack, Yin Qing Feng was not prepared at all. He did not know what was going on until he died. The silver-winged flying dragon's body flashed and quickly shot toward Yin Qing Shan. The silver-winged flying dragon, which had gained intelligence, naturally knew the enemy of the Yin family. Since Yin Qing Feng had fallen, it would naturally look for Yin Qing Shan. Under the sound wave attack, Yin Qing Shan's mind was in a daze as miserable cries sounded. Rumble! The silver-winged flying dragons kept attacking Yin Qing Shan. Fairy Ling Feng's divine phoenix, Zither, and the silver-winged flying dragon suppressed Yin Qing Shan. However, at this moment, the two destructive auras in the world collided. Li Lingtian hovered in the sky. Endless thunder and destructive attacks surrounded him. Countless destructive thunder and attacks swooped down. In the face of these attacks, even space itself trembled. Meanwhile, Tong Yunfei, who was below, was also extremely shocked. His shocking great cloud palm kept blocking the god's fury descending from the sky. The destruction of the god's wrath descended from the heavens. Each of its streaks was as powerful as a martial emperor's taboo. Li Lingtian's face turned ghastly pale. He no longer had any true essence in his body. After using the heavens' descending divine wrath, he no longer had any true essence to use. Moreover, his body could not support him to use other powerful skills. The endless divine wrath continued to bombard the earth. Even the martial artists hundreds of miles away were constantly torn apart by the residual force, as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless warriors were torn apart and killed instantly. The reincarnation peak continued to collapse. In the blink of an eye, 2,000-meter-tall mountains were flattened. Tong Yunfei became the target of the god's wrath. Even with the great cloud palm, he couldn't resist it. He wanted to leave, but under the wrath of the gods, he was unable to use his movement technique at all. It was as if he was locked on. He forcefully moved a step, but it was useless because the range of the divine wrath of heaven's attack was 100 miles. Rumble! The explosions continued as Li Lingtian's vital essence was depleted. He looked as if the divine rage was about to disappear. Without his support, the time for the god's wrath to descend was limited. Let's see how much true qi you have. Tong Yunfei had also discovered this problem. As long as he did not die before Li Lingtian's true essence was exhausted, the divine wrath would stop. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that something was not right as Li Lingtian revealed a strange smile on his face. Devouring light. Li Lingtian shouted softly as he waved his hands continuously. Instantly, all the spirit chi, demonic energy, and warrior's true origin within 1,000 miles rushed toward Li Lingtian's hands. Within 1,000 miles, spirit chi, demonic energy, true essence, warriors, and demonic beasts were devoured by Li Lingtian's devouring light as long as they had strength. My primeval essence. Not good. It's the devour skill. This devour can devour a warrior's true chi for its own use. We're done for. My primeval essence. Terrified cries rang out. Tens of thousands of experts were panicking. They did not expect their true essence to be devoured by someone at this time. Fairy Spirit Phoenix and Lord Yuan Long were also extremely shocked. The true essence in their bodies began to flow out continuously. Seal your true essence. Fairy Spirit Phoenix softly reminded Lord Yuan Long. Her body burst out and quickly left the flame green mountain. When she left, a terrifying power blasted out. All Yin Qing Shan saw the destructive attack coming and circulated the true essence in his body. However, the faster the true essence circulated, the faster the true essence flowed out. By the time he discovered it, his true essence had already completely disappeared. Li Lingtian's face revealed a pained expression as tens of thousands of powerhouses' true essence and the heaven and earth's spirit chi gathered rapidly. With the nourishment of tens of thousands of experts and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the true essence in his body recovered to his entire body, and his entire body became a carrier. The true essence that he devoured was added to the divine wrath of the heavens, and the power of the divine wrath of the heavens instantly increased by several times. Rumble, rumble. The reincarnation peak had disappeared, and the lake was completely destroyed. The area within 100 miles was in a mess. Crash. Finally, Tong Yunfei's defense was broken, and he was exposed to the wrath of the gods. Endless destructive attacks bombarded his body, and in an instant, his entire body turned into ashes. Destroy. Seeing Tong Yunfei fall, Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and unleashed a divine wrath from the heavens at Yin Qing Shan. Rumble. Yin Qing Shan, who did not have any treasures to resist, did not have the slightest resistance. His entire person was crushed into ashes under the wrath of the gods. Rumble. Li Lingtian's eyes revealed a crazed look as he unleashed all of his divine wrath. Tens of thousands of martial artists' true essence flowed out crazily, and the ground continued to collapse. Swoosh! As the final gust of wind blew, the divine wrath from heaven vanished. The world was destroyed, and tens of thousands of warriors lost their true essence. They looked at Li Lingtian helplessly in the sky. The area within 100 miles had turned into hell, and there was no spiritual energy left. At that moment, Li Lingtian's body swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The devouring light backfired, and he was on the verge of destruction. No matter what skill it was, there was a price he had to pay for every destructive attack. He landed on the silver-winged flying dragon, and with a flick of his divine consciousness, Little White appeared. A white shadow then disappeared. The white shadow then flashed on the ground and in the air before returning to Li Lingtian's side in a few seconds. Chapter 275. Chapter 275. Self-Healing Body. Chapter 275. Self-Healing Body. Li Lingtian looked at the storage pouches of the 3 Yin clan's revered martial artists in his hands without any change in expression. Because there was still one person whose storage bag was missing. That was the martial honor Tong Yunfei, who was killed. In front of the god's wrath, Tong Yunfei was struck and dissipated. However, Tong Yunfei's storage bag had disappeared. With Little White's sharp sense of smell, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. Something must have happened. He could survive in the face of Rhe God Destroyer. So as a martial honor, Tong Yunfei naturally had some mysterious means to survive. From the beginning to the end, no one had thought of how Li Lingtian had survived the ultimate divine destruction. Naturally, they did not know that Li Lingtian also had an Earth-type martial soul with 5 elements perfection. He refined the space banner in his body and cast spatial translocation to enter the ground. With the help of the heavy power of Rhe Earth, he offset the endless destructive power and was able to breathe in the earth. With the spatial banner, he could naturally carefully avoid all the martial artist's divine sense lock-on. Moreover, the situation at that time was earth-shattering. Even a Supreme Realm expert would die. No one would doubt that he could survive as a young martial arts grandmaster. Keep an eye on him. Li Lingtian steeled his heart and ordered the silver-winged flying dragon coldly. Little White was also on the silver-winged flying dragon, just in case. With that, he turned into a shooting star and shot toward the ground. The moment his body touched the ground, there was no sound. It was as if they had entered Rhe water. This situation stunned countless martial artists. It was truly unimaginable that he could do this against Rhe hard ground. Even if a stone was thrown into the water would still ripple. However, Li Lingtian's body had mysteriously sunk into the ground. Not only was there no trace of it, there was not even a sound. Boom! After entering the earth, the dense earth energy entered his body. This was the thickness of the earth. Li Lingtian felt the weight and safety of the earth, and his heart gradually relaxed. His divine consciousness transformed into 1,000 and finally entered the earth. He put away his ice soul, martial soul, and flaming sacred body. He used his earth martial soul and instantly merged with the earth. His body was not obstructed by the earth at all. The earth was like air in front of him. Not good, the body of earth healing. After Li Lingtian's divine consciousness transformed into 1,000, countless divine consciousness searched within 100 miles of Reincarnation Peak. Finally, a faint aura appeared. The aura was extremely weak, but to Li Lingtian's surprise, there was more than one aura. Instead, it was the aura of tens of thousands of strands. This aura was obviously the fragments of Tong Yunfei after he was destroyed. The thing that could heal itself with the help of the power of the earth after being destroyed was the legendary healing body. Upon realizing that Tong Yunfei had not truly perished, Li Lingtian quickly calculated in his heart. He had no way to stop the earth healing body now. If he was reborn, he would not only face a 2nd-level Supreme Realm expert, but also a 3rd-level Supreme Realm expert. Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron, withdraw. All of a sudden, he thought of a plan, which was to take away a portion of the aura of these fragments. No matter how powerful the healing body was, it would be impossible for it to be completely reborn. Instantly, the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron emitted a faint light, which disappeared into the ground. In the sky, tens of thousands of warriors were looking down curiously, wondering what Li Lingtian was doing. Only Fairy Spirit Phoenix, Lord Yuan Long, and some super experts understood something, but they did not dare to imagine it. Rumble. On the ground, a halo burst out, and 2 figures soared into the sky. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth as he hovered in the air and stared at the other party solemnly. He did not expect that a gray bead would start spinning when he used the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. The Earth Elemental spiritual chi surged rapidly, and countless auras gathered together. Tong Yunfei appeared once again, and the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron only took a small portion of his aura. Seeing Tong Yunfei's body condense, he unleashed a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering attack. However, this attack couldn't cause the other party to disperse. Whoosh! All the warriors were shocked. They looked at Tong Yunfei in the air as if they had seen a ghost. Because Tong Yunfei only had half of his body and lacked the rest of his aura, the self-healing body couldn't completely revive him. Call out my soul, and I'll spare your life. Tong Yunfei One's face was filled with rage. He had never thought that he would be plotted against by a martial arts grandmaster youth. He had been destroyed by the wrath of Rhe gods. He had relied on the miraculous, self-healing body of the earth to hide in the ground and heal himself. However, he did not expect to be plotted against by this young man again. He stared at the heaven and earth creation cauldron in Li Lingtian's hands in horror as he spoke fiercely. If he could not obtain the other souls, it would take him at least 100 years to regain his original cultivation base and appearance. Yes. A cruel smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a ball of icy frost flame. The icy frost flame entered Rhe heaven and earth creation cauldron and instantly ignited countless souls. With a thought, the heaven and earth creation cauldron was purred away and entered the divine dragon ring. Damn it! Seeing this, Tong Yunfei was instantly enraged. His soul would not be able to be preserved by such a cold ice flame. As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking pressure pressed down on Li Lingtian. Life force. Tong Yunfei revealed a vicious expression. Since he wanted to destroy himself, then he would destroy you first. He didn't use any weapons, but circulated a terrifying true essence. The purest true essence in the world was the most terrifying power. The attack pierced through the air. This young master will let you die completely. Heaven extreme, tyrant emperor, saber, destruction. With a thought of his divine sense, the heaven extreme, tyrant emperor saber was displayed. This divine artifact had always been incomparably mysterious. Up until now, he had gained partial control of the roaring dragon combat halberd, but he had no control over the heaven extreme, tyrant emperor saber at all. Even if he had cultivated the treasure control art, he could only control a little in front of him. He could only prevent his meridians from being destroyed when he used the heaven extreme, tyrant emperor saber. In the sky, a shocking pressure wreaked havoc within a radius of 100 miles. What a terrifying pressure. It's the pressure of a treasure. This treasure is at least a saint artifact. I didn't think that a person would actually be able to control several saint artifacts. What a perverted pressure. Countless martial artists displayed their defenses to resist the crushing pressure. At the same time, he kept retreating. If he was accidentally killed, it would be a mistake. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the saber light of Rhe heavenly extreme tyrant emperor saber collided with the life force of the true essence. Immediately, the life force was destroyed and the saber light disappeared. At that moment, Li Lingtian's lips curled into an evil smile. With a flick of his finger, a rain of fire fell from the sky. After casting everything, more blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Chi-chi, chi-chi. A shocking rain of fire descended within a radius of 100 meters. Meteor shower was an advanced Earth tier skill. Li Lingtian's Tier 7 Warrior Ascendant Cultivation Base was able to unleash a terrifying power. In addition, he had the sacred body of flames and had absorbed the Empyrean Demon's sacred flame, the Nine Suns' sacred flame, and the Fire Dragon's heart. The flames in his hands were countless times stronger than ordinary experts. Even the flames of a Supreme Realm expert were child's play in front of him. In the sky, sizzling sounds could be heard continuously. Tong Yunfei kept waving his hands to knock away the terrifying fire rain. However, at this moment, more than 10 fire rain landed on his body and couldn't be knocked away anymore. More than 10 fiery raindrops were like shadows attached to his body. What was even more terrifying was that these fiery raindrops directly entered his body and quickly destroyed his meridians and dantian. Ice Flame. Tong Yunfei finally realized that he had been tricked when he recalled Li Lingtian's control of the Ice Flame. All of the other party's attacks were used to conceal these cold ice flames. Rhe attack that truly killed him was not the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, nor was it the rain of fire that filled the sky. It was these tinsome, fine, cold ice flames. With a cry of alarm, all the warriors understood that Tong Yunfei had been tricked again. Moreover, he was entangled by the ice-cold flame. Ah! Tong Yunfei screamed as he rolled in the air. The ice flames formed a patch and devoured the true qi in his meridians. The ice flame was a cold air that could freeze the world and a temperature that could burn everything. The destructive effect produced by the combination of the two mutants was nor something that an attack could compare to. The screams became weaker and weaker, and the last scream turned his body into air. A trace of his soul was also burned, and his true essence completely became a tonic for the cold ice flames. The air finally quieted down. All the martial artists were shocked. In less than 10 minutes, RHE-3 revered martial artists were killed. Even Tong Yunfei of RHE House of Storms was lulled. There were many unforeseen events in the process, but no matter what, they were all under Li Lingtian's control. In the end, he had completely annihilated the 4 revered martial artists. One was a 7th-tier martial arts grandmaster youth, and the other was a silver-winged flying dragon. All kinds of schemes were carried out step by step, and the 4 martial honors were also included in the scheme. He retracted the ice flame and could not hold it in any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Sir Ling Tian, I'll take my leave. Take care. His Excellency Yuan Long had a lot on his mind. After Li Ling Tian had completely lulled Tong Yunfei, he cupped his fists and bade farewell. There was no point for him to stay here. Moreover, he had to report some things back, because it was related to the relationship between the Wind Moon Palace and the House of Storms. Thank you, Dragon Pool Pavilion. Here are a few medicinal pills. One hope you can use them. Li Ling Tian was stunned for a moment. He understood what Lord Yuan Long was worried about. Although there were 2 revered martial artists watching the battle, they were of great help to him. Moreover, he had offended the House of Storms by killing Tong Yunfei. His Excellency Yuan Long naturally had to go back. With a flick of his divine sense, a jade bottle appeared in front of him. 5 pills floated in the air. With a wave of his hand, the 5 pills flew toward Lord Yuan Long. You can only take it once a day. It's useless to take it more than once. Li Ling Tian reminded him. If he continued to use the pills, not only would he waste RHE pills, he might even lose his life. Sir Ling Tian, thank you. Yuan Long was stunned for a moment before his face lit up with excitement. He had also thought that this pill should be the kind that could instantly restore Li Lingtian's true essence. If he had a few of these pills, he would have an extra chance to save his life. Chapter 276. Chapter 276. Great Cloud Palm. Chapter 276. Great Cloud Palm. After Lord Yuan Long finished speaking, his body flashed, and in an instant, he was already in the sky. Ben Gong is leaving. Be careful, don't make my sister sad. Fairy Spirit Phoenix said as she watched Yuan Long leave. However, she did not expect Yuan Long to be one step ahead of her. Your sister, thank you for your help, Fairy. I am extremely grateful. When the time comes, I will head to the Queen's Palace to visit Fairy. Help me, or deliver this. Li Ling Tian did not even look at the jade bottle after he finished speaking. With a flick of his finger, the jade bottle quickly flew toward Fairy Spirit Phoenix. He didn't even need to think about it. Since he could come and help her, it must be someone that Shun Mei was very familiar with. Since he said that he wouldn't let her sister be sad, it must be Mei Er's sister. It would be unreasonable to give 5 medicinal pills, but His Excellency Yuan Long only had 5. He could only say that this medicinal pill was for Mei. Don't worry, I'll tell her about you. Under the veil, a faint smile appeared on Fairy Spirit Phoenix's cold face. She took the jade bottle, and the flying ship quickly flew into the sky. Disciples of the Yin family, leave Moonrise City within a day. Li Lingtian's cold gaze swept across the tens of thousands of warriors as he spoke coldly. The silver-winged flying dragon flapped its huge wings, and the silver light was already on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the silver-winged flying dragon disappeared into the horizon with Li Lingtian. He left behind a light sentence that did not seem threatening at all. However, it gave the impression that there was no room for resistance. Words that were not threatening were indeed the most threatening words coming out of Li Lingtian's mouth. He had killed the Yin clan's revered martial artists. If the Yin clan did not leave Moonrise City within a day, they would be courting death. Tens of thousands of warriors gradually left. Looking at the reincarnation peak, they didn't know when the divine formation had been taken away. No one had expected that this place was the burial place of 4 revered martial artists. He did not expect that a young martial arts grandmaster would scheme against the 3 martial arts venerables of the Yin family and kill them one by one. Tong Yunfei's appearance was a change, but this change caused Tong Yunfei's death. This was courting death. If he was sent here, he would naturally be beaten to death. In an instant, Li Lingtian had become the nightmare of countless powerhouses. Despite his cultivation as a martial arts grandmaster, he was able to unleash all sorts of skills and sacred weapons. According to the rules of the divine martial continent, no matter how powerful a martial arts grandmaster was, he could not defeat a martial emperor. Even a peak rank 9 martial arts grandmaster could not be a match for a rank 1 martial emperor. Not to mention the martial ancestor realm martial honor realm. A martial honor realm was a legend and an invincible existence. Even if a martial arts grandmaster could kill a martial emperor could not kill a martial honor. Otherwise, countless martial emperors in Green Continent would be swept away by a martial honor. In front of a martial honor, no matter how many martial emperors there were, they were still ants. It was like countless ants facing a monstrous wave. This time, however, Li Lingtian's appearance broke the pattern in the hearts of all the warriors. Not only did a Tier 7 martial arts grandmaster kill a martial honor, he had also killed 4 of them. Moonrise City was turned upside down. Li Lingtian's name resounded throughout all the powerhouses in Moonrise City. However, Li Lingtian had returned to the top-notch cave abode to recuperate. This time, he appeared to be unharmed, but his injuries were extremely serious. His heart was still trembling. He was completely treading on thin ice against 4 supreme realm experts. If there was a problem in one link, he would not be harmed. Moreover, after Tong Yunfei appeared, an unforeseen event happened. This unforeseen event almost sent him into the 18th level of hell. Fortunately, his last attack, the God's Fury, had swallowed all the true essence of the warriors. In this way, Tong Yunfei was completely destroyed. Changes could happen at any time in a war. A war without changes wouldn't be called a war. Therefore, after the wrath of the gods descended from the sky, he was no longer shocked by Tong Yunfei's self-healing body. "Young master, I heard that you killed the 3 revered martial artists." Qingling's face lit up with excitement when she saw Li Lingtian return. He had been waiting in the cave abode and was extremely worried. He was facing 3 supreme realm experts. However, she could only stay in the cave dwelling. There was no news of a great battle coming from below. In the end, when he heard that young master had killed the 3 revered martial artists, he was so shocked that he felt dizzy. The 3 revered martial artists had also been killed by young master. "Yes, don't let anyone disturb me. I want to heal my injuries." Li Lingtian called the silver-winged flying dragon into the divine dragon ring before he walked in the practice room alone. When he entered, he told Qingling not to disturb him. This time, he didn't seem to be injured, but he had to pay a heavy price every time he used all kinds of skills and divine weapons. Furthermore, it was the first time he had used the myriad returning swords and the divine wrath of heaven. The myriad returning swords were treasures of experts. He had also forcefully summoned them. The wrath of the gods was even more serious because he had used the devouring light to devour the true essence of countless martial artists. Now the true essence in his body was still in chaos. Although the 5 elements had reached perfection, the true essence of these martial artists was different. The strength and nature were also unstable. He had to refine these remaining true essence now. The Yin family, leave soliciting Moon City within a day. If you don't leave, ask Qing Yin to pass on my order to wipe out all the disciples of the Yin family. The Yin family cannot be taken over." After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he cast a restriction and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. He then began to repair his meridians and refine his quintessential essence. This cultivation and refinement took a full month. In the past month, Moonrise City's forces had been reshuffled. All the disciples of the Yin family left the city within a day. Countless low-level disciples under the Qingyun sect guarded the Yin family. Even though the people under clear sky were warrior spirits and martial kings, and there were no martial grandmasters, no one in soliciting Moon City dared to touch them because they had Li Lingtian behind them. The entire Moonrise City had become a strange place. Li Lingtian from the Divine Pill Pavilion was powerful, and no one dared to provoke him. However, no one dared to approach him either. This was because Li Lingtian had the support of the Queen's Palace and the Windy Moon Palace, but he had offended the House of Storms. The House of Storms' influence was extremely terrifying. Even the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace did not dare to provoke the House of Storms. Now, Li Lingtian had single-handedly stirred up the three superpowers. Li Lingtian did not expect such a change. His original intention was to build his own faction, but it seemed impossible now. A month had passed. Li Lingtian's body had refined and absorbed so much true essence. Coupled with the power of the elixir, he had achieved Tier 8 martial arts grandmaster in one fell swoop. On this day, Li Lingtian opened his eyes after he had finished his cultivation. With a flick of his divine sense, 4 storage pouches appeared in front of him. The 4 storage pouches belonged to Wuzun. Seeing the 4 storage bags, he was also curious. He wondered what kind of wealth a martial honor had. The strength of a place or force could be determined by the wealth of a martial honor. This was the first time he had obtained a Supreme Realm storage bag. He did not expect to obtain 4 at once. However, the price he had paid was that he had almost died. That's not right. Li Lingtian opened the 3 storage pouches. They were the storage pouches of the Yin clan's 3 martial honors. In the storage bag, there were only some medicinal pills and cultivation technique jade slips, but there were no spirit stones or medicinal herbs. The 3 Supreme Realm experts were the same. There were 3 Supreme Grade Emperor weapons, more than 10 Earth Grade skills, and the rest were all ordinary. The only thing they could tell was that the 3 old men did not carry their wealth with them. Instead, they had hidden it. Then, he opened Tong Yunfei's storage bag. This storage bag made him excited. Great Cloud Palm, a low-level heaven tier skill. This skill that could resist God's descent was also a heaven rank skill. Although it couldn't compare to his God's descent, it was still powerful enough. There were also 3 billion spirit stones, countless precious materials, and a middle-grade heaven artifact inside. This kind of wealth was indeed what a revered martial artist should have. However, when he was puzzled, a jade slip was sealed by his divine sense. It was also sealed by Tong Yun Fei's divine sense. He did not care. Since he was valued by a 2nd-level Supreme Realm expert, he must not be simple. After tidying up everything, he left the training room. This was the first time he had left the training room in a month. Since the wealth of the 3 revered martial artists of the Yin family was not in the storage bag, they should have hidden it. "Do you want to go out with me?" Li Lingtian asked when he saw Qing Ling resting outside. As he spoke, he played with a jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was the map and key to the Yin family's secret chamber. "Young master, you want to go out? This servant will go too." Qing Ling was elated when she saw that Li Lingtian had come out and his injuries were completely healed. Li Lingtian was used to this little girl addressing him as a servant in front of him, as well as Qing Ling. However, it was rather interesting to address her as a servant in bed. "Let's go." Li Lingtian nodded and took the lead to walk out. He activated the restriction, and the 2 of them left the cave abode quickly. He didn't say which cave he was going to, and Qing Ling followed him. The 2 of them were on the streets. Countless warriors stood respectfully at the side when they saw Li Lingtian, not daring to provoke or block his way. Now that Moonrise City knew that Li Lingtian had killed 4 revered martial artists, no one dared to provoke the killer god. After walking for a while, Li Lingtian thought about it and realized that he could not continue like this. If he wanted to go to the Yin family, he would have to walk until tomorrow. With a flash, he pulled Qing Ling into his arms and flew into the distance like a gust of wind. Qing Ling's heart was beating fast. When they were alone, she didn't feel anything. But on the streets, this was the first time she had such close contact with young master. In less than 10 minutes, Li Lingtian stopped. He looked at the tall and magnificent gate and the 100-mile-wide mansion behind it with a faint smile on his face. This was the mysterious and powerful clan in Moonrise City, but it was now empty. Young master. When Li Lingtian arrived at the door, a warrior king disciple stepped forward and bowed respectfully with a look of admiration on his face. Although he did not witness Li Lingtian killing a revered martial artist, the entire soliciting Moon City was abuzz with the news. Furthermore, all the Yin family disciples had fled like stray dogs. All of this was proof of Li Lingtian's strength. Yes, Li Lingtian headed straight into the mansion. After passing through countless courtyards, he finally reached the deepest part of the mansion. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.